Beep boop beep. Boopity shoop. Should be live, I think. Possibly. Probably. Maybe. Beep boop beep. Hell yeah. How's everybody doing? I'll take you to the left screen so you can enjoy tournament shenanigans with me. We have 27 signups. ODM is here with a vengeance. We have Alfredino, Pantalinade, Razel, Dactor's in here somewhere. Tretch is right there. Chosen One is in here but hasn't checked in just yet. And I am here, and I am, of course, ODM. I am the OG. The OGM ODM player. I founded the clan, actually, back in 1685. It was just me. It was just me, Dr. Phil, Obama. We made ODM. That's why it's ODM. It stands for Obama, Dr. Phil, and Mr. Ratman. Oh, secret message from Moore. All right, everybody. Can't see the secret message from Moore. Hang on. It's okay. All right. It turned out not to be that secret. He said, you are a filthy degenerate, a stupid piece of crap, and I hate you. And, you know, that's a feel. That's a feel. So it is 1 p.m. on my official time. Challenge is usually quite behind. Moore said he can't play. Shrek Crack, I have not heard from, unless he answered me in turns thing. Oh, shit. Where was I looking for him? Not there. Alright, I forgot where I was looking for this person. Oh, it was in here and he hasn't answered me. Okay. So he's not coming. This is everybody we got. Bracket. Refresh. Check the YouTube chat in case anybody's asking me to join last second. Okay, we're good. So I'm gonna close it. I love how it says process checking results early, even though it's 1 o'clock. Okay. Time to shuffle. Let's just take Random Nicks and put him... He loves getting a buy round, so let's give Random Nicks a buy round. Evenstar was here. Evenstar leave? It looks like Evenstar left. Okay. So we'll put Alfredino down here next to Cuden. Cuden fight Alfredino, then Random Nicks. All right. Very nice. And yeah, that looks like a good tournament. Start it. No, we'll shuffle. Everybody calm down. A 1, a 2, a 3. Make sure clans don't fight each other in round 1, and also Dactor, I think, needs a bye because he may or may not be late due to work, so where is Dactor? Oh, Mr. Teufel signed up. Hey, Mr. Teufel. Alright, Dactor, I'm giving you a bye because you said you might be late. Stingers and Big JP is fine. Shrek Crack and Random Nicks is fine. Shrek Crack's a brand new player, though. I'm actually going to switch out Random Nicks just because I don't think that would be a good starting experience for Mr. Shrek Crack. Random Nicks got a bye last time, and he hates getting a bye. So let's not do that to him. I'll put Krell Metal up there. Not Mr. Teufel. Whoops. Okay. Oh, no! Krell Metal, come back. And you can fight Shrek Crack. That'll probably be a better time for him than starting off against Random Nicks. Draw Low Wolfblade, Stormrunner Tretch, Kiara Pantalinade, Random Nicks, myself, Count Leek, Commodinner, Cuden and Swarv, Alfredino, Yumi, Raced, Neckbet. This all looks pretty fine. I can fight Random Nicks round 1. That seems like a thing. Yeah, this is a thing. Let's go. Let's do this. Start the tourney. Yes. Glorious. I don't know who Buy the Dip is, but I won't check that on stream, so give me a second. Give me a second, Mr. Buy the Dip. At here, we are live. Go. Only wait for stream in finals. Since it is late for some people, let's bang this out. Also, spectator chapter slots in case I am roaming with stream. Cool. So I'll fight random Nicks. And now I'm going to check who By the Dip is. I see. Welcome. Alright, so that was Shrek Crack telling me they ain't scared of nobody. You want to play? Uh-oh, Chosen One's mad at me. Are you into mouse? Maybe. If not possible, matching with human play. You can have my spot if you allow me to spectate. I don't give a fuck. Chosen One has to either not play in the tournament or fight random Nicks round 1. Decisions. Alright. Sorry. So just figuring out some things. It's not really fair. I haven't played since release of the turd, so I'll pass. Okay. Sorry, mate. Alright. So Chosen One's out. I'm in. Let's go fight random Nicks. Hubby's tournament, Altar of Ultimate Darkness. That could be anybody. That could be anybody. How's chat? How's chat doing? Alright. Oh god, it's moving very quickly while I was doing things. Zep's here, Cyrus here, Jeremy's here, Kiara's here, Cuden's here, Random Nicks. Dactor's here, Count Leak, Random Nicks. Yeah, Random Nicks, I got you. You're not getting a bye, I got you. Hey. Quit barking at the air. And yeah, I saw Turn was playing League of Legends. Yes, Hazel, there's very scary people in the world. Oh, they're so scary. Sorry about that. Hey, Random invited me. Random versus Human Chosen One. Okay, alright, hi. Hubby, join us. In Total War 3, I fight more. I'm hosting for tournaments for both. I'm doing both things. I'm out and about. Okay. Random Nicks. Join us, watch me lose. I'm fighting Random Nicks right now. I'm sorry. Who's first? Shit. Who's first? More puppy needed? She's aggressive. She's scary right now. She's on the attack mode. Let's go. What else? Chaos? Random Nicks. Random Nicks with the fucking What Else Chaos. Oh, and Chosen One enjoys Jeremy. Just for him. Chosen One. I'm sure if he had the stream on, I'm sure he immediately turned it off. Where's the cat? I don't know where Ed is. He might be on the bed. He might be a bedhead, Ed. What else? Chaos from Random Nicks. I mean, what else? Chaos. What else? Chaos. What else? Chaos. Let's go Empire. Why not? Sigmar calls. Panta's gonna Shrek you too. Oh, it's Kiara and Pantalinade. Oh yeah, Pantalinade's real good. Real good. I typed a random deck Sigmar calls and he says Cringemar calls. Fucking got him. Alright, Chaos versus Empire. You need to watch Kung Pao this weekend. I never have watched it. Is that a problem? Is that against the rules? Why don't I have audio? I have no menu audio and it's scaring me. Franz or Volkmar? What are we doing? What up, Rusty? That is a problem. I have homework. Oh, I am busy forever. This is my life now. Busy, busy bee. Can't possibly do that thing. Furry man, tell a joke. Jeremy is the god of jokes. Joke. I'm not looking up jokes right now. Why do we tell actors to break a leg? Because every play has a cast. Ha! I thought of that right now. I didn't read that on the other screen. Nope. I am the funny one. Let's do a Grey Wizard. Grey Wizards are undervalued in today's economy. We can get Enfeebling Foe, Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades pretty okay against Chaos Warriors and such. Power Stone's overrated. Random Nyx is already ready. Ah! I wonder... No, I don't want to do the triple gold chevron halberdiers. Let's just get a lot of infantry. One cannon? Yeah, one cannon to harass Cav and stuff and be cool. Get some Empire Knights. 800 gold left. Oh, silver bullets are slightly too expensive. Silver bullets. Sell a halberd. Get a pistolier. Sure. Alright. Back at... Yeah, I have to go get my tea. Oh, and I have to update the scoreboard. There's so much to do. Ugh, why is life hard? Okay. The bad man. Boop. And... hummus. Alright, BRB, I'm grabbing tea. Tea! I'm back. Everybody calm down. Okay. Random Nyx. So Snow Woman is just a trunk and some snow. What's the difference between a snowman, a snow woman, snowballs? I like that. Can we call him not wife material? NWM? Sounds familiar. Alright, cannon has plenty of range, and then we'll put silver bullets right in front of it. Perfecto. What's his unit count? Low. So let's do spearmen, 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 flagellant, flagellant, Sigmar's Chads. And then we'll do Halberd, Halberd, Halberd. We can space mine a little bit. We have plenty. Alright. Empire Knights on the flanks. Pistolier. I don't know. You're here. I had the money for you. Big plus there. I can cook. Yesterday I made a curry that did not go well. I don't really make curries very often. I was trying something new and the recipe I had lied to me. Where it said like total cook time 30 minutes, but then as I read the instructions, it was too late to stop, but as I read the instructions more carefully, there was 2 different periods where it said like wait for 15 minutes. And it goes, that already equals 30, and there is a lot more recipe, so you lied. And it was a disaster. Okay, cannons focus down his skirmish cav. There is a hell cannon, so we are going to advance. We will advance. Empire Knights defend the cannons. The cannon's under attack by a fireball. Hate is gonna hate. What am I seeing? I don't know. I don't like the silver bullets. Manticores will immediately be on top of them. If he had Manticores. Imagine having Manticores. What do we have? Marauders, Warriors, Mirror Guard, Marauders, Marauders, Warriors. Okay. Cannons routing. They'll rally though, so I'll keep that halberd unit back there. Boop. 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 Silver bullets shooting at Siggy. Siggy the Magnifici. Guys, run up. Guys. Run up, run up. Run up. Oops. I didn't mean to pop that last one. That was a big oopsie. That was what we in the business call a fat wadoople. Oh sweet, it didn't even go off, so that's fine. Okay, you cast that. You cast that. You guys back up and wait a second, because everything's about to get really snaggly. Sigvald is kicking the crap out of Volkmar, which I actually didn't think would happen. Alright. You're on a horse, so you can run away. Those are Chaos Warriors, okay, pull back. Cannon's almost back online. I'm really shocked how poorly Volkmar did into Sigvald. I thought with all of his buffs and stuff, he would be actually pretty okay there. Okay, so we got you back. You can shoot over there. You come here. Volkmar goes that way. Just avoid Sigvald for a little bit. And let's get some damage on these Chaos Warriors. Why not? Volkmar, go through! Go through!
Hurry! He's here! He's here! Oh my god, it's Sigvald! Jesus Christ.
I have the same speed as that guy. Can't actually catch him. Lame. Lame. Ah! These are some persistent Chaos Warriors over here. I love that that Chaos guy is actually better at combat than my Grey Wizard guy, but he's just a big Giga Chad. So, battle's going poorly. Okay, you run away. You run away. We did what we could here. It's over. It's alright, no one will hurt you ever again. Ow, you fireball having piece of shit. That guy's gonna route, but he'll be okay in the long run. Almost routed those Chaos Warriors. You just keep running away. Volky G, keep running from Siggy. That's a lot of skirmish cav left. We don't enjoy that. Not one bit. Off. This guy is gonna hide in the forest for the rest of the game. These Chaos Warriors can eat my ass. Woo. Those are Chaos Marauders. I don't really want to use a banishment on them. Let's charge over here. You guys run away. You guys come back. You guys chase down him.
Ah,
Sigvald's a monster.
he's a monster.
I don't know what I'm going to do about him. God damn. Can't get rid of these Chaos Warriors.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm just an innocent Volkmar.
Go, Banishment, go! Kill them! Kill the non-believers! That did okay damage.
Whee!
Dude, Chaos Warriors, just break. Come on. Come on, buddy. Nice job over there. These guys are fighting. Volkmar, try to regroup. Are you seriously getting caught by Sigvald? Jesus. Okay. Did you guys successfully rout this guy? Yeah, you did. Okay. Go after him. You go after him. Let's enfeebling foe. Oh, army losses? Really? Damn. Thought Volkmar beat Sigvald if I had my buffs up, but that was wrong. GG. Just stand on a tiny hill with the hell cannon, it'll never hit you. It's not a Volkmar blob, it's just Volkmar running around an army. One box Slade? What do you mean a box? It was a line. Yeah, Silver Bullets didn't do much. Somebody in chat was saying that they probably suck, and they did. I feel like it was a closer game than the balance of power was letting on, but okay, alright. No, it's fine. I'm not, my feelings aren't hurt. GG. Alrighty, let's go with Skaven Norska for Matthew Coffin. For those who couldn't be here with us today, thanks for keeping Total Warhammer 2 on YouTube. You're welcome, Nirab. To be or not to be, hey hubby. Hey Matthew Coffin, what a time for you to show up. Alright. I'm a very woke rat. Thanks. Thank you. He has yet to pick his faction, but we'll still let a poll go. Norska is because Matthew Coffin loves Norska and he's in the chat. And every time I take Norska, I regret it. For the love of God. Alright, he picked greenskins, so I really hope you guys pick Skaven, because I'm pretty confident to Skaven into greenskins. Now, it's Random Nix's greenskins, so I don't know. Alright, alright. I'll let chat update one more time. I hope he just wants a free win with Norska. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what we're taking away from this one. 12 votes, 13 votes. Oh, it gets closer for Skaven. Random Nix voted Norska when Alright. Oh, 50-50. What did the brake fluid say to the thief after he was caught? I could have stopped any time. I like that, Jeremy. That's good. Alright, next vote does it. Unless it stays 50-50. Skaven it is! Democracy failed you, Matthew Coffin. It failed you. Alright. Scavinos. Democracy dies today. Stop the count when Norska wins. Alright. As for this build, this is my standard build. It's pretty good. I like it. Though if Random Nix is stream sniping me, he'll know it's coming, but oh well, I guess. We have Wicked Zap Zap to pressure them constantly, and reset cooldowns is just generally good. We have Giselles to countershoot Skirmish Cav, and also because I just had the money. Help at Abomination to help Deathmaster Snitch chase Grom around. An Assassin to slow down in the frontline engagement, and also Assassin's Trophy deal with Grom and or Grimgor. Plague Priest on his bells, a Mortis Engine, centerpiece that gives me some summons, Poisonman Globes, just one of them. I just need to protect it well, and then they can kill a lot of stuff and a bunch of clan rats. It's a build. Queeker no balls. And then Larry redacts it. Queek to counter the Grimgor meta. Dude, I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted because I love just like doing whatever people tell me to. I think it's fun. But like, Queek is one of those things where whenever I take him, I get really sad that I took him. So he's not even a funny meme. I can get along with Neckbet's meme. I like Neckbet's meme. So I will do that. I mean, even Star took it, so is it really a meme? Yes, still a meme. Do I need Warp Frenzy? Sure, because he only has anti-infantry, doesn't have anti-large. Crown of Command is fine. That's fine. Okay, then I need a caster. Tretch and Gorich are no balls. Do Queek at least for me. But then I'd have no healing for Gorich. No one loves Gorich. Random Nix is ready, so we're gonna hurry this along. We'll do a Plague Priest on foot. Because I have other uses for my last single entity. My last single entity is going to be Morse Guitar's Hellion. It's actually okay here. Memes aside, it's actually okay. 2 Giselles to counterfire Skirmish Cav. What's the map? The Chill Flow? Okay. 2 Giselles to counterfire Skirmish Cav. 1 Wicked Zap Zap, so I can actually cut a Giselle. Infantry clearing isn't going to be that much of a problem with Gorich and Morse Guitar's Hellions, so I'll leave out Poison Globes till the very end, get all these, get these. Do like Rat Ogres, though. I need 2. I need 2 rat ogres. Okay, we're out of money. Our single entities are all very, very, very expensive. Do we need 2 rat ogres? Cut Morse Guitar's Hellion. I don't need it. I have Gorich. Rat ogres, 650, 620-ish. Can upgrade my infantry to be better. Good enough. Why have a single entity when you can have 120 Skaven slaves? Larry Mad is asking the real questions. Why have 1 Gorich when you could have 120 Skaven slaves? Slingers is counter skirmish? Could be, yeah. The only thing I run into with that is it takes a lot of space. Whereas 1 Razel is 1 spot on my roster. Slingers can take up a lot of spots. Alright. He's beginning to be. So, actually I ended up with the same 3 ranged assets I had last time. So I can organize them the way I'm used to. Warp Lightning in the back, Jazale's in the front, and then Globe's in the very far front. And then we organize in a tiered chevron. Still have some Skaven slaves, yeah. Okay, so we need Skaven slave spears on the far back. And then we'll have Clan Rat spears ready to buff up the front. Lovely. I will expand out a little bit. I just need... Once this yellow line is out of my way, I can expand out a little bit. I suppose these guys can expand out initially. But these 2 right here will end up somewhere in this area. We have Rat Ogres, Rapid Response Rat Ogres. We have Throt and Gorich ready to fuck up somebody's day. A Plague Priest. And that's that. Let's go. Ready, ready, good luck, have fun. Hell yeah. I hope you brought River Troll Misses with Doom and Darkness so all your rats just have a mental breakdown. Oh, that's good. So all your rats have a mental breakdown. Okay. So we have a melee Wolf Rider rush. That's pretty new. It's an all melee rush with Grom the Paunch. Alright, I accept. You just start turning and firing at that. And we'll get our little pokes in. It could zap zap. You can't see anymore, so start firing at the stone trolls. Stone trolls have missile and magic resist, but it's better than shooting at nothing, and we can bide our time, but we might take out a few models and that'd be good. Okay, Jazale's also start shooting at the stone trolls. Let's just try and poke them down a little bit while we wait for real targets to show up, like that one. Gorich, I'm gonna need you to follow Grom around on the inside of the formation, so if he ever comes in here, we can hit him. Yeah, you better fuck off. Get out of here. Shoot! Shoot! Rat Ogres and SEs are the ornaments. Alright. So he's juking with Grom. Switch to the River Troll Hag real quick. Doing a lot of damage to these stone trolls here. You wanna go? I will punch you in the mouth, Mr. Punch! Okay. Alright. Summon rat ogres behind him, hit him. And then I made some Skaven slaves unbreakable, just because. Because of the wonderful things he does. We do have spider riders inside. They're coming from inside the house! Turn around and shoot them. Rat ogres are doing their best. Warp lightning cannon, if you can switch on to Grom, that would be great. Throt and the rat ogres keep chasing. You guys can stay here and fight. We are routing some of the greenskin force, but they are getting into the cookie jar. Grom is faster than Throt. Why does Throt have 38 speed? Oh, is he getting fucking mithered? That snag. Okay. Rat ogres come and try to bail out the poison wind globes. Weapons teams are all falling apart. We are killing off that bad lady. She should shatter soon. She's no health. Come on, just die. Stone trolls are still out here fighting. We have clan rats with spears somewhere. Okay, we hunted down that lady. Time to go hunt down Grom? Maybe. We can just come back, though. Where are you? Not having a good time is where you are. Gorich, come here. Ooh, we got globes back. Okay, you're hanging on. And a big old terror out from Gorich will help figure you right out, bud. You come back here. Gorich is gonna try and keep the Plague Priest safe. So I'll use Throt to hunt down Grom. Bunch of rallying Skaven slaves, wherever you are, just get involved. Grom, 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 Grom! Grom, 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 Grom! Die! Die! Come here! I will hunt you to the ends of the earth! No one escapes Throt! Nobody! Alright, you got another summon for us, bud? Ow, Gorge is just getting deleted. Alright, I'll leave Grom alone, I guess. Alright, Gorge sucks. 100% official confirmed Gorge sucks balls. Alright, rear charge from a big spooky man means you stone trolls should rout, right? What up, Contende? How you doing? Okay, so we're gonna chase them all off the map. Balance power is slightly against me now that Gorich got fucking punked. I do need to kill these savage orcs. Okay, hopefully they rout. We gotta go save the Plague Priest. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Okay. Throt routed them off. I'm gonna go get my plaguely companion. Thank you. Use Throt to heal Gorich. I tried to, I was out of range, but Gorich was at like 3/4 HP, and he was beating a fucking stone troll in combat, and then I turned away, I came back, he was all of a sudden losing in combat, couldn't move, and a second stone troll joined the fight. Fucking Gorich being a piece of shit. Break. They're not gonna break. Ouch. They did not break. Yeah, I got a good solid hit on DeGrom. Clan Rats killed that one guy. Clan Rats killed that one guy. Good enough. Okay. My summon is coming back. It's not Gorch's fault you chucked him into things that kill him. He was winning and he had almost routed them, and then I looked away for a second and he died. And yeah, that's part of what makes him bad, Mr. Cyrus, is that he's so bad at clearing out anything that's not a single entity, but then for single entities he only has anti-infantry for dueling, he doesn't have anti-large. And he doesn't have good splash attacks. Okay, we're kind of punking Grom. Maybe we can kill him? Doesn't look like we can kill him. Sad. And that's the end of Throt. I love how much the Balance of Power believes in Throt, by the way. Like, he's literally breaking right now, and it's like, you got this. Oh, army losses? Oh, okay. Gorich may possibly not be very good. Maybe, possibly, not actually excellent. Maybe. GG, well played. I just want to see how quickly he went down. Cyrus, I didn't even box the first game, you liar. You liar. Gorich does well if you can get him to 1v1 somebody and his animations cooperate, cough. But if he can 1v1 somebody and his animations cooperate, he can maybe win it, but the problem is how expensive he is and he can't heal himself. Because first, we did okay getting Grom, then Grom just walks out of here like a fucking G. Yeah. No, I get that, Random Nix. He's typing that he thinks Gorich did fine. And he's helping clear out some infantry. He's doing okay. The reason Gorich sucks is, 1, because of his price, and 2, because of his animation, and 3, because he has anti-infantry as a single-entity duelist, which is kind of insane. But also is this. So everything's routing. Chucked him in here. He was beating these guys for a little bit. They had some sort of buff. And also remember that I was trying to summon Clan Rats, but I didn't notice my Plague Priest was getting knocked over constantly. But, yeah, Gorich just disintegrates. So they're stuck, they're stuck, they're stuck. Throt's gonna get orders to come over and heal him soon. Trying to summon, can't. Gorich is getting completely destroyed. Gorich is getting completely destroyed, still can't summon, getting fucking melted, and he's dead. It's weird that having 30 melee defense might be a fucking problem. 30 melee defense on a gigantic monster might be a fucking problem, ladies and gentlemen. 30! 30 melee defense! He's huge! Anything can hit him! Ugh. Ugh. That's the big thing. That is actually a huge deal, is 30 melee defense. Because, like, other monstrous lords and heroes are considered tankier because they don't have shit melee defense. Gorbals only have 32. They have 100 armor, though. And they're, like, half the cost when you actually itemize them properly. Do Lizardmen even have a monstrous hero? Skink Oracles get 46. Those bastards get 46. They're faster than me. Ritual Hag gets about 30, but she's also strangely tanky, or she'll just fall over for no reason. What's the Skinwolf Arking got? 32. Not bad. His model's a little smaller, though. I don't know. Gorge feels mighty squishy. Squishier than Grom, that's for sure. Alright, Razel versus Stretch. Let's go. Let's see what's up. No! They did an invalid password. Is it just 1? No. Is it 321? No. If you had Skrulk, Queek, and Snicket for free, you would have been fine. Oh, yeah. No. Like, trolling aside, though, I can't tell sometimes when chat is just having a laugh or being serious, but, like, a serious note. I was being serious about why Gorge is not generally good, and it's because of that. But I don't know. You can like him if you want to. I need to find a game. Okay. Razel and Tretch. Looking for a password there. I'll have to get a blocker up. Done. I don't know what battle they're on. Schwarzhofen? What map is that? It's the first map of the second round. Okay, so this is the start of a series. Cool. Cool. We have Razel versus Tretch. Skaven versus Wood Elves. Very nice. This is traditionally quite hard for the Skaven. There's a couple ways you can try and handle it. I usually go for Giselle Overload and just shoot as many of them as you can, and then if they're kiting you, you can beat them in the shooting game, and if they're charging you, you can just try and snipe out something key and then hold on. It's tough. One second. Cuden versus Neckbed. Okay. Sorry, somebody has a question about a white line thing. Alright. I have to check a replay quick. Warhammer 2. Autosave. Yep, replace, that's fine. choose? Alfredino and Yumi? Oh. I mean, let's see, but I'm pretty sure Alfredino knows the white line limits. Generally, I believe one ratling and more rats instead of Gorich would have been free. Oh, yeah. Gorich and Throt were kind of a meme I was just doing for fun, because I think it was neck bet, but somebody wanted it. My ideal build usually has Snitch and a bunch of stuff. Snitch, Hell Pit, those kind of things. But sometimes I like to have fun for the stream's sake, and also I don't mind losing in my own tournaments as much, because then I can just cast things, which is fine. This seems fine to me. Okay. Yep, nothing in there. Nothing in there worried me. Oh shit, dick, fuck! Damn it, damn it, damn it. So Tretch is playing Wood Elves. That actually checks out. Skaven are essentially furry elves. God damn it, Jeremy. No! Gorge is bad. Yes. No, Cyrus, I know that. I'm not saying I played perfectly with Gorich. My problem with Gorich is how fragile he is, that you can't fuck up for even a millisecond or he dies, which is unique to, like, a lord of that size and price pool. Is what I'm trying to say. Whereas other things of that price pool are either tankier, like a Hell Pit Abomination, right? Hell Pit Abomination is 200 gold cheaper than Gorich, and it doesn't die that quickly. It has regeneration, also has too horrible to die. It also just has a larger health pool, more armor, those kinds of things. Whereas Gorich is fragile. He has no self-contained healing. So any mistake you make with him is hyper-punished. Whereas there are other single entities that if they're fragile, they're either cheaper or they're smaller, so they don't get hit as much. Like Ground the Paunch is cheaper. Ground the Paunch is a cheaper character, and he has an easier time getting out of things. Because even after I noticed Gorich was stuck, I ordered him to leave several times, but he was like, I can't move. Whereas when I caught Ground the Paunch and I got him surrounded and I beat his ass to death, he was like, skibbity scoobity, I'm leaving with this booty. And he just left and ran away really fast, right? So it's like, that's why Gorge sucks, is like, he's good at one thing, dueling other single entities. You can't fuck up. You can't have him fight infantry because his animations are too shit, or he'll just knock them away to safety. He gets caught in everything, so he's not maneuverable. He's not that fast. He's not that good at clearing out hordes. It's like, all right, so there's he's an anti-large only duelist. I could get the Hell Pit Abomination for 200 gold cheaper. It does that job better, and it takes care of itself. And he doesn't take a fucking hero slot that a 700 gold assassin could take. And 700 gold assassins are incredible. They are awesome. Assassins are one of the best heroes in the fucking game. Anyway, I have to answer that thing. Okay. So we're loading in. I'm answering this rule break thing. Alright, I'm all caught up on chat things. Fair point. Grom is OP for that reason. True. True. No, I definitely misplayed with Gorich. That's not the point. It's not like I played perfectly and Gorich is real bad. It's like, ugh, I hate Gorich because you can't fuck up, not even once. It's like those old cigarette or like cocaine commercials or something, like cigarettes not even once. Fucking up, not even once. All right. We're loading in. It's loading for a very long time. I think we have a bugged lobby that'll probably exit out, but we only have 100 seconds to wait, so let's see. Boop, boop. Oh wow, we actually loaded in after that much time. I thought for sure it was bugged. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. So we made it in. We have Skaven versus Wood Elves. And from Razel, we have the method I used to run, but I fell out of love with quickly when the Drycha DLC came out. I felt like it was pretty hard. Well, not Drycha DLC, sorry. The Drycha meta came in. We have Poison Wind Mortars, Natty Boo Sharpshooters. I don't usually include those two, but he's mostly going for a Wolf Rat Rat Ogre rush. Then we have Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, Skaven Slaves, Double Assassin, Gracier of Plague with both summons, and some Skaven Slaves. I think I mentioned the Poison Globes, but maybe not. So it's interesting. He's kind of going for a bit of shoot and a bit of rush, not fully committing to either, where I usually go all in on one or the other. Pantalinade, how you doing? How you doing? For Tretch, we have a pretty standard build for what the Wood Elves want to bring here. Again, they also... This matchup, the Skaven can either go all rush or, like, all turtling, that kind of thing. Wood Elves can go for a Vanguard rush, or they can go to Kite You. This is a Vanguard rush. So, it's not unexpected, but the reason this matchup's hard is you have to prepare for so many different things the Wood Elves can bring. Shitload of Glade Riders with Spears and Wild Riders, some Sisters of the Thorn even, a couple Dryads in the front. We have an Ancient Tree Man, not Durthu, Ancient Tree Man with Dwellers Below and Earthblood. Oh, no! And we have a Waystalker. Dude, I forget who showed me this, but in the last tournament I played of Warhammer 2 before Game 3 came out, somebody dropped a Dwellers Below on one of my weapons teams. I honestly forget who it was. And I was shocked. I was like, huh, that seems like a missed cast, or why would they do that? And it, like, shattered whatever that unit was instantly, and I just didn't think it would do that. So, if Tretch knows that tech, or if Tretch was the one who invented that, I wish I could remember who. Natty Boobos is going to be just a 1,200 gold cost sink that'll disappear instantly. Or the Mortars, but either's fine. They're actually both pretty expensive. And we're off. Looking at just the builds, I think the Skaven are heavily disadvantaged now that I see the builds, because the Wolf Rats do quite poorly into the Wood Elf Cav rushes. And that is what we have here. They're going to get annihilated on the charge. Now, obviously, the Skaven player could outplay, and Razel is a top-tier player, so never count them out. But if these were both played by AI, I would probably take the Wood Elves every time. Dwellers are used direct cannons. Yeah, but my thought was that those were all humans standing really close together, and that this super spread-out formation of the Natty Boobos would keep them safe, but someone used a Dwellers on it and just killed them all. Like, literally killed them all. It was kind of fucking nuts. Wild Riders are pushing up through the middle. Skaven slaves trying to stop this advance, but kind of getting juked out at every side. It looks like some Rat Ogres have advanced into Dryads. They might want to be kept in reserve for the cavalry, but we'll see. Meanwhile, some Wolf Rats are catching Wild Riders that are also caught on the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, so they will get nuked down accordingly. If these Glade Riders with spears turn and charge the Wolf Rats, they'll win, but if they get charged, they will lose. It's about an even trade there, depending on who gets the charge. Meanwhile, on the top side, the other Glade Riders from the other corner have hit Natty Buos and are shutting them down effectively. Looks like we do have a Dwellers Below cast on Rat Ogres? I don't know if I've ever seen this. I'll be curious how much damage it does. I would have preferred it onto the Poison Wind Mortars to instantly kill them, but I guess we'll see. Meanwhile, the Mortars are raining down deadly fire on blobs and blobs of cavalry. Skaven are very far ahead on the balance of power, and yeah, that Dwellers Below is not doing a whole lot to the Rat Ogres. It did some, but not enough for how much you're casting it for, right? And while Natty Bubos are routed off, the Glade Riders with spears are also killed and even shattered. Ancient Tree Man stuck fighting the Assassin and the Grayseer. And finally, some pressure is put onto the Poison Wind Mortars. Tree Man is trying to knock them around and stop them from killing all of his cavalry, because cavalry is starting to slowly win the melee fight. They just can't afford to be bombarded like that for the rest of this game. Clan Vulcan Tail Slasher is very, very healthy out here near our Waystalker. They are going to be drawn back in as everybody tries to defend. And it looks like the Wood Elves have identified that these Poison Wind Mortars have got to go. Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are rallying, and again, I think the Skaven are in an advantage position as of right now, but it all can go south very quickly if their weapons teams get shut down. But you can see a brutal volley from the Poison Wind Globes just nukes down a Wild Rider. Natty Bubo Sharpshooters lending some of their own credence in there. Sisters of the Thorns will quickly kill them off, and I think that'll be the end of the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters for the rest of the game. Poison Wind Mortars are routing. Poison Wind Globes are corrupted. Can't fire for now, and the Ancient Tree Man is still fighting. Do the Wood Elves have enough left in the tank, though? We have 2 half-health Rat Ogres. We have 2 Assassins who are very healthy. We have a Grayseer where I haven't seen a lot of summons yet, so there's probably Clan Rats and Storm Vermin ready to pop out at any moment. Let's see. Do we have an Ancient Tree Man with some healing? Lots of Dryads. But I don't know. Lots of routing. Okay. Maybe we get a mass route. Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers have pretty high leadership, though. Not even just for a Skaven unit. They have pretty high leadership overall. Ancient Tree Man is kind of pushing an Assassin outside of the blob, and the Skaven are degenerating into their late-game blob. As they run out of ranged assets, if they run out of everything and their leadership is wavering, they will gather around the Grayseer, most likely, and just try and stay in the fight. Waystalkers firing arrows. If they can see the Assassin, they should fire their basic arrows at the Assassin and their arrows of Kurnos at the Grayseer. The basic arrows can delete Assassins. It is ridiculous how good they are versus foot Skaven characters. It's okay against the Grayseer Plague, but they're not armor-piercing missile strength, and the Grayseer does have 100 armor plus some missile resist, so probably want to just use it on the good old Assassins. Wood Elves fighting their hardest. Poison Globes and Mortars have rallied, and I think that'll be the end of this. Yeah. No way the Wood Elves can deal with this now. They just have nothing left. Only their Ancient Tree Man and Waystalker. Skavenos will win it. I don't think the Dwellers Below and the Rat Ogres just didn't do as much damage as they needed to. They could have been cast on the Poison Wind Mortars and taken them out, because I'm very curious what their damage value was this game, but I imagine Dwellers Below would have saved them a lot of trouble. Yeah, 1,500 value on them. Brutal. But the Skaven win a game. Let's go. Tree Man, Man of the Trees. I think it was Brett versus Skaven in Logic Tournament. I know it was versus Bretonia, Pantalinade. I believe you are correct, because the Fanchantress just ran up and killed my... It was my Avalanche Mortars. That's what it was. We are just waiting for the end. The balance of power overly favors Ancient Tree Man. Doesn't treat him as like a caster first, treats him more as like a big single entity monster that can do lots of work, but he's more supportive than he is going to solo carry. So I do think the Skaven will take this one. Who messages me? Who dares message me? And the Skaven take game 1. For Razel's Assassins and Greyseer didn't get much value, but they were very supportive and nice. Poison Globes, 1,300 value. Mortars, 1,500. Jazale's got shut down super quickly by some of the cav. But Rat Ogres all paid for themselves. Fought Tretch, Ancient Treeman did fine. Wastelocke did fine. Dryads all got murked. Glade Riser Spears did okay, while the Wild Riders mixed value depending on who got shot and who didn't, but they did their very best. And it was a close game. The ending didn't look close, but if those Poison Mortars had been shut down a volley or two sooner, really could have changed how that was going to go. And Razel was the rat, so Razel gets the point. Making sure I didn't give it to the wrong person. Because we've been doing that recently, since we are, say it with me, children, trash. This matchup is easy, and Skaven players just like to complain. Oh, yeah. No, that's it. I've just been lying to everybody forever, just to make myself look good. It's fine. It was you, Pantelinade. Yeah, that Dwellers Below on my weapons teams was pretty fucked up. Did not expect that. It hurt me a lot. Oh, that's pretty good. Jeremy, I like that. Buy the dip. I hear Wood Elves are tier 3 now. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. Wood Elves are like super popular, and they used to be extremely good, though they were sort of falling out of favor a little bit, kind of, in the meta. They weren't as generally good versus other factions anymore, but they were particularly good against Dark Elves and Beastmen, who were dominating the meta. So they're kind of like the counter meta, if that makes sense. Like, they were valuable because of how good they were against the stuff that was in the meta. But good Wood Elves players could take any faction and make it winnable. Yeah. Just kill the Cav and Spear Infantry plus Lord Sniping's not hard, man. Oh, yeah. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Razel is going Norska. Where's Matthew Coffin? Where is he? It's Crad Raccoon. How you doing? How you doing? We hope to see you in the Warhammer 3 tournament on Friday for the Vermin League. ODM Zone contacted me and asked if I was going to host a domination tournament anytime soon, and I just realized there haven't been a lot of tournaments in the Warhammer scene in general recently. Unless I'm wrong, but like Turin does maybe one a week, Houseplant does one a week, I do 2 a week. Logic hasn't done any in forever. Rubber Duck hasn't done any in forever. He just did one, but it was like he invited, I think, 4 people and did that, so it wasn't like an open tournament. So I don't know. I might be doing like half the fucking tournaments right now. Which, if that's the case, then there hasn't been a lot of domination ones, so I will do 1 or 2 of those. But people want me to do Warhammer 2 tournaments. People want me to do Warhammer 3 land battles. Now people want me to do Warhammer 3 domination. Somebody else has got to do some of these. I'm doing the best that I can. I will have my revenge next bit. The Stingers vs. JPCR must be in test. Yes, Jactor. I think they're trying to decide which of them will fight you, because neither of them wants to get kicked to the curb by your Wood Elves. So I think they're delaying it on purpose. I try to do... I don't know. I try to do a bit of everything. I know not everybody is a fan of domination mode, but I don't mind it. I'm not great at it. I don't love playing it. I don't mind watching it. Good domination players are fun to watch. Like the Zone versus Evenstar series was really fun. Nerob the Clown, welcome. A lot of kind words recently. Some comments on my YouTube videos have been very, very nice. Comments on the streams have been very nice. Got a couple DMs that were nice. Just a lot of love and support. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. I feel like I'm being set up here. Norska versus Lizardman. I'm trying to think. Someone asked about Dark Elves. Sorry. So Tourneys, didn't want to ignore you. Are the Dark Elves still meta or only when the AoE bug existed? They're still meta. Yeah. They were meta at the end of game 2. Because they're good into Beastmen who are really strong, and then people realized that Dark Elves could handle other matchups okay. They aren't as flexible as like Empire, Wood Elves, or Beastmen, where you can deal with the bad matchups. Dark Elves are, if they have bad matchups, they're pretty bad, and they want to avoid them. So, yeah. Dark Elves are fine. I also don't think we'll see a ton of super meta stuff. I don't think we'll see troll builds, but it's like the prize for this tournament is changing my personal Discord picture to something silly. So it's fun. It's a prize, but it's not money. And also, there's not a ton of Warhammer 2 tournaments, and there's not a ton of Warhammer 2 games recently. So I'm sure there's going to be a decent percentage of people who are coming back, and they're like, I just want to play who I want to play. I don't want to play how I want to play. You know what I mean? So I don't know if we'll see like every game being Beastmen Wood Elves or Beastmen Dark Elves and that kind of stuff. Furry man unfunny. Aw. Quick, everyone go say mean things on his videos. Oh, you guys are funny. Alright. Lizardmen into Norska. Do we have Plague of Rust? That's the only thing I know about this meta, is it used to be very Plague of Rust heavy. Okay, Familiar Balefleet to Fire. Razel's feeling spicy. I gave him his point, right? Yes, Razel's up. Keep up, Kulik. Keep up the good work, good content. I enjoyed very much. I also like to know, how is the third one Warhammer running for you? It's running okay once I get into the games. I've noticed the loading screens really slow down my computer. Sorry, Jeremy. You never play the same faction a second time. There are plenty of factions for at least 5 rounds more once the game's combined. Jeremy, that would be a good idea. I like that idea. For Tretch, back against the wall, we have 5 Saurus, 3 maces, 2 spears. We have some skink cohorts with javelins, and then 3 chameleon skinks up front. On the back, we have a Bastillon with a solar engine, a bit of Stildon with the Ark of Sotek, a Saurus Scar Veteran with nothing but a Velociraptor, another Saurus Scar Veteran with nothing but a Velociraptor, and a Slann Mage Priest of Life. Regrowth and Earthblood. Cool little army. I like to see the Saurus Scar Vets. They're fun. On the other side, Norskan Ice Wolves. Don't know what those are for. Oh, maybe to slow down the chameleon skinks, because they have frostbite. So if they get onto them, they'll stay on them for the rest of the game. Marauder Horsemasters, looks like 2 of them on one side. Huh, and that's it. 5 Javelin Throwers. Alright, I'm here for it. This army rocks now. It's not 6 Skirmish Cav. I'm down. We have some Berserkers, we have the Icehorn Marauders, then we have the Beast of Tashnar. 1 Marauder Chariot. We do have Wulfric the Memerer on foot. That's great. And a Familiar Balefleet of Fire with Flamestorm and Burning Head. But Wulfric the Memerer on foot is secretly OP because both of these Scar Veterans are anti-large. And they're like, they have no one to go kill. Hummus, if you tell me to, I'll pick all my factions via wheel today. Just say the word. Alright. 40% of the time works all the time. Matthew Coffin, I love it. This is great. I do like this Norskin build. It is very fun. Norskin Ice Wolves get a brutal charge onto the Skink cohorts. Really knocking them down. I guess they do have 38 charge bonus, which is not negligible at all. And they half health that Skink cohort while getting kind of a side charge, but not even a flank. Nice, nice. I'm getting a bunch of messages. Are they about this game? Llama and Geraldo. I will check that after this. Hopefully it's not talking about a rule break, because this game is going fast. More cycle charging from the dogs, doing a little bit of damage to Skink cohorts. It looks like a banishment is coming out from Tretch, trying to catch some of these javelins, and the javelins, meanwhile, are throwing into the Source Warriors with shields. They're going to want to fall back, and it looks like they are, for the most part, dodging that banishment. More javelin fire coming in. It looks like right now they're being used more as archers than as large entity hunters. Got to be careful. They have limited ammo, but it's not that limited. It's not like they have 1 or 2 shots. They do have, it looks like, about 10 or 12 apiece. Meanwhile, the Skirmish Cav is just being used as regular Cav and charges straight into the back to shut down the Skink cohorts along with more Norskin Ice Wolves. The chariots, the Marauder chariots got fucking murdered instantly. Alright, that's brutal to see. And the Norskin Ice Wolves are chewing apart Chameleon Skinks. Good start for the Norskins so far. They've really hounded down and harassed all of the Skirmish Cav. A quick Burning Head comes in, looks like it was overcasted. And the Saurus Warriors even are going to rout under the pressure of the Berserkers and the Icehound Marauders, leaving just the Arc of Sotek, which the Javelins should switch onto the Arcs of Sotek very soon. That or the Slans. Right now they're shooting at Chameleon Skinks, which is not an effective use of their ammunition, but the Lizardmen front line is deteriorating very, very quickly. We can see all over the board Saurus are running for the hills and just getting murked down. Norska's pulling slightly ahead on the balance of power, and I think this is going to be a quick Norska win. I think the best faction is soon to be the winningest faction. Unfortunately, Saurus do get onto some Javelins. They are going to beat them in melee combat rather efficiently, but with 3 other squads of Javelins chucking at their unshielded backs, they should actually die soon enough that the Javelins will just protect themselves. Saurus Scarvets are trying to fight Wulfric the Wanderer. He is taking some damage because he is a shitlord and I hate him. The Familiar Balefiend's also not having a great time, but Wulfric just has to hold out until his Javelins can refocus, and it looks like now they are. Norska pulls slightly further ahead on the balance of power. Was that a yes or a no? Damn it, Rat Boy. Dactor, do your best. Play your best factions. Play your dreaded Wood Elves. Do what you have to do to survive. Alright, the Javelins are now throwing him. We can see the Arc of Sotek is getting bursted down because his health was actually going down while getting an overcasted Earthblood and a regrowth on him. So that's a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage! Meanwhile, another big dinosaur is pushing off some things in the backline. Some skirmishers are trying to come back, but largely it's down to the Lizardmen single entities versus the Norskin horde. The Familiar Balefiend of Fire is hanging on, and earlier when I said the Shaman Sorcerers suck ass, this is why, because the Familiar Balefiend can actually hold his own. And the Slan routs! Oh no! Oh, that is a fucking tragedy. If Norska can stay on that Slan, just make sure he doesn't come back. This game is 100% over. With no healing at all, the Lizardmen single entities will slowly get whittled down. And even a Saurus Scarveteran running away. What is going on with the Lizardmen leadership right now? My Skaven leadership was better in my game than this shit. Come on! Come on, Lizardmen, you're supposed to be tough. The Slan looks like he is going to get away. Nope, there are Norskin Ice Wolves all over him. Meanwhile, these Norskin Ice Wolves are making sure the Saurus Scarveteran runs off the map, and that was a clutch play. He had plenty of leadership, but they did just stay right on top of him. Norska running over this game, and Tretch will make this a 3-game series. Wait, no. Razel? Razel will! Tretch was a Lizardman! Oh, no! No! My boy Tretch! You're going to wheel now just to spite me? Good, Dactor. Good. Because if you use the wheel, then you can't change my profile picture, because you will lose. And Razel is going to beat Tretch using motherfucking Norska. Today is a bad day. My friend, my countryman, my brother, Tretch, was defeated by Scumlord Razel. That's a lot. Razel's also Giga Chad. And that was impressive. You Discord messaged me. Oh, okay. I see, you're not talking to me. Wulfric and the Familiar Balefiend of Fire getting about the same value. Both of them did pretty alright. The Javelins didn't get as much value as I would have thought, but they did okay. Chariot got insta-crumped. Norscan Ice Wolves were the MVPs of that battle. Wow. Okay. All right. Sora veterans not getting anything done because, like I said, there was Foot Wolfric and they really wanted to hunt him down. They karate chopped the Famir Balefiend pretty good, but after that, they were like, what do we do? Norsca not suck, Human Boy just bad? Correct! The wheel gave me Norsca, it gave you Norsca Ghost. Oh, Doctor, that's what you get for the wheel. Alright. Mr. Teufel is having an issue finding his opponent, so I will actually make sure that's going okay. But when he sees a Grombo, he does not respond. He only throws emotes. Old duck. It's also cute. Forgot to stretch. Yeah. Rip the lizardman. Okie dokie. Cool. I will find my next game. Very well played to Razel. Top tier player. I'm gonna make sure Shrek, Crack, and Krull Metal are doing okay. I mean, Doctor's in chat, so it looks like we're gonna spectate his game just because it's one I ran into. And I will now message Krull Metal. I got a blocker up, right? Yes, I did. Make sure his games are going okay. Matthew Coffin, if I remember correctly, you're a Adoring fan in my Discord, and I liked that meme a lot. That was a good meme. You guys have to see that. Hold on. When Odium Razel picks Norsca. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I really do. So we have RTKs, Squires, Stingers versus Dactyr. Norsca Coast is the hidden OP dark tech. It's true. Top tier meme. I liked it. I'll update the scorecard. Then until these two are ready, we'll look at the bracket. And see what has happened to a lot of people. Stingers versus ODM's Dactyr. I miss Tretch. I used to play a lot with Tretch on End Ladder. That guy's great. Razel's also pretty great though. If you entered the scene, well, the scene, I mean my channel. If you entered my channel later than Warhammer 2, we did interviews for each faction talking about like questions people had for them and stuff. Sorry, I was just trying to update some things for Mr. Teufel, and then I will. Okay, sorry. Anyway, Razel did. We did an interview for each faction. I invited someone who was good at that faction on. They answered community questions about it. So like, we got Ice Power for Dark Elves, we got Razel for Beastmen, we got Zyphos for Wood Elves, we got Tank for Vampire Counts. It was just kind of a fun series, and Razel did that with me. So I'm poking fun at him, but of course he is a great guy, and he 2-0'd that series. Good for him. Good for him. I don't actually hold anything against him, or do I? Listen, if you win another game, I'll ban you from this fucking tournament so fast. That's how I found your channel, through the interviews. That was a good series. It was a good series. while they do their builds, we will check in. So Stingers is advanced over Big JP. He's now fighting Dactyr. Shrek, Crack, Necrel Metal. They did have a crash, so they are on game 3 right now. I just checked with them. The winner of that will fight Mr. Teufel. He's a pretty good player. I ran into him in Zerkovich's server. Zerkovich is a YouTuber I didn't really know about before I entered the scene, and people told me about him. Good player. Good player over there. Wolfblade beat Geraldo. I was told that series was actually 2-1. He's now fighting RTK's Platypus. We saw the Razel Tretch. Tretch had previously advanced over Stormrunner. It says 1-0, so I don't know if that was a surrender or not. Pantalone beat Kiara and Zep. He's a very, very good player. And Random Nix is now fighting Count Leek. And the fact that that series is not over yet means Count Leek is fighting the good fight. Let's go, Count Leek. Nothing against Random Nix. Random Nix is a friend of the channel, constant supporter. He also did one of the interviews with me about Warhammer 3. But also, you love to see an upset. All right? You love to see an upset. And Random Nix is a god. He's a perfect player. He's never made any mistakes. So if you beat him, you deserve a trophy. Cuden beat Swarv, then got beat by Neckbet. Neckbet awaits his combatant from Raced, Alfredino. Alfredino did beat Yumi. I'm betting on Neckbet to go all the way to the finals. I think he's got it pretty easy. I mean, if he beats Alfredino, then he has a free path to the finals as beating either Random Nix, Count Leek, or Pantalonade. It's free. It's free. Neckbet's going to be in finals, you guys. Who did Evenstar fight in a 7-game series that was very close for the World Championship? Who was that person? Alfred Hitchcock? Yeah, so somebody else, not Alfredino. You got this, Neckbet. Easy win. Easy dub. Nah, give him hell, dude. Not a bad amount of players in this tournament. Yeah, it's great. When is my Musion interview dropping? Oh, soon. Oh, soon. Of course. When is part 2 of the radio coming? When people go and watch that fucking video and give a shit about it, because Warhammer Radio was great. Letting me fight Panta while I'm rusting Worm 2 makes me sad. Human boy, how could you? The shuffle! The shuffle is a cruel mistress. Alright. PE's OP, you finally found out? Of course. So, Dactron Norska versus Stingers on the High Elves. For Norska, we do have 6 skirmish cav. It looks like 4 horsemen, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and the 2 horse masters of teaching the apocalypse how to apocalypse. We have some marauders. We have Norskin warhounds, a feral manticore in the sky, 1 marauder berserker, another one on the other side, double feral manticore, and we do have Wolfric the Wanderer on his mammoth for the first time in a couple months, plus a Famir Balefiend of Shadows with Pendulum and Enfeebling Foe. For the High Elves, you have a princess on a dragon, the Fireborn, Dragon Princes, a Mage of Life, more Silver Helms, 1 Lion Chariot of Krace, a whole bunch of Spearmen, and that looks like some Archers, and the Talons of Tor Kaleda, the Archers that imbue Fire Weakness, which would pair nicely with the Fireborn. Early skirmishing goes well for Norska. They get some poke onto the princess, and they really don't take very much back, which is good. They are doing great. Do I hear doubt in your voice that the guy who never wins anything can't beat all the guys that win everything? You know, Neckbet, when you put it that way, you might be the underdog in that side of the bracket. Give them hell, but like, if you win, it's going to be so awesome. Alright. Little bit of advancement. High Elves are very, very happy with the state of the battle, where they're in archer range, but they're not getting clubbed to death by the Norskins, so they need to make the most of this moment as much as they can. Looks like the Talons of Tor Kaleda are advancing a little bit up for my tastes. They're a little close to the front line. Lion Chariots are going to just take a huge charge and get immediately surrounded. I hope there's some form of punishment, maybe a Dragon Breath attack, maybe a Dwellers Below. Actually, we don't even have Dwellers Below, we have Regrowth and Earthblow. Okay, Lion Chariots may want to get out of here. It looks like Silver Helms are piling in to support them, and a quick little Earthblood will try and top them off before they lose any of their models. Archers are trying to punish this blobbing a little bit, and Spearmen are running out to meet their fate against the Norskin hordes. Quick little Sea Fang just deletes the Talons, and they go negative on leadership right away. They are probably going to rout, and it looks like the Silver Helms have also met a terrible, terrible fate. Spearmen getting crumped down by a Pendulum, and a quick charge from the Fireborn is trying to save the front line. But Norska is off to a very, very quick lead in this game, and a flank from some dogs. It said Princess when I hovered over him for a second. A flank from the Princess dogs is going to kill those archers, so most of the archers for the halves will be shut down. Somehow the Towns of Torquemada did not actually rout. They are still firing at the Marauder Horsemaster, is going to take them offline very soon. There's a fight in the air where the Princess is going to fight double Manticores. She has the stats to beat double Manticore technically, but it is tough when they get 2 attacks to every one she gets. And you see she is doing good work. She'll need a little bit of healing support if she's going to stay in this fight, and she does get an Earth Blood. Fighting the Manticores, going to have to rely on their low leadership. But a big catch for the High Elves. The Fireborn have caught Wulfric the Wanderer. He's already down to about half health, and it looks like the Princess is even going to dive down on top of him, trying to turn this bad situation into a worse one for the Norskins. Maybe get herself a little bit of help against this Manticore too, as we get a regrowth on the Princess. Hunter of Champions is cast on her, even while she was in the sky. That explains why she was losing that fight so badly. But the High Elves are all out of infantry. There's no one here to protect the archers. There's no one here to really protect the single entities of the Fireborn. And the Fireborn are going to lock up a Manticore, rampaging it and letting the Princess get away. But to what end? What is she going to do? Stand in the sky and watch in fear as her army is crumbled to dust. Dragon Princes consider charging Wulfric, but they don't have great armor piercing, and they don't have any anti-large. So they have a tough time with that. Fireborn have anti-large, but they're busy fighting, you know, the entire army. Oof. Breath attack from the Princess is doing some nice poke damage, but the 3 Marauder Horsemen underneath her are doing better poke damage. Just getting very low. High Elves are actually okay on the bounce power. Not good. Obviously, they're disadvantaged, but I honestly would have considered this army lost territory a little bit ago. Fireborn are routed off. The other Dragon Princes are about half HP. The Towns of Torquemada are officially routing. The Life Priest has plenty of health. The Lion Chariots of Chryse are dying too. And the High Elves are out. They're out of here. Norska, the OP faction that I just can't play because they're so powerful. My keyboard quivers whenever I pick them, and I just can't handle the pressure. They will probably win another game. Fireborn charge back in. It looks like we're trying to snipe out Wulfric the Wanderer, and we might just do that. The Princess gets a nasty shot in, but army losses is more powerful than your melee stats, maiden. And you'll be defeated by the mighty Norska once again.
Just give me back the vampire counts with handguns.
Yeah, that's a good call. Norska Urara. Chasing Rainbows, hi! Good to see you. Secret balance changes made Norska OP and nobody noticed. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. OP. High Elves, Talons almost paid for themselves. Dragon Princes both did pretty well. The Princess did okay, but she required a lot of healing support. For Dactyr, 3,100 damage value on Wulfric. Wow. Very wow. Marauders did okay. Berserkers did okay. Horsemen all did pretty well. And dogs did fine. Manticores did great. All right. Good job, Dactyr. Good job. But you were offsides, 20-yard penalty. You were too close to the white line, so I'm giving your opponent a point. All right. Cool. All right. Game 2. Stingers is up 1-0. Let's go. Come on. Next map. Lock it in. Lock it in, boys. Stingers, quick 2-0. Quick 2. Knock this chump out. No, I'll get serious. Doctor gets his point. Norska's a high skill faction. Jeremy, that's good. I like that. You're out of beers? Dude, I went on a huge kick of non-alcoholic beers because my little liver can't handle a ton of alcohol because my genetics are bad. But like, non-alcoholic beer is just as expensive as regular beer, so I needed to chill the fuck out on that. Dactyr says he picked Wood Elves and Vampire counts. Alright, Dactyr. Alright. Back at the bracket, Krell Metal and Shrak Cracks. Epic best of 3 has ended. Shrak Crack will now be fighting Mr. Teufel. Random Nix and Count Leak are still battling it out for the fate of Middle-earth. Alfredino and Raced also still fighting. I wouldn't be shocked if Raced beat Alfredino. I wouldn't, because Alfredino's been gone for a while. I think he was on vacation doing some stuff. And, you know, he may not be in tip-top form, but also, like, Raced has been really good recently. In Warhammer 3, granted, but still, you know. He's been pretty good. He played a shit ton of Warhammer 2, so it wouldn't be mind-blowing if Raced beat Alfredino. Still be impressive as fuck, but yeah. I can see it. What do we got? Tomb Kings? Why does it give you the worst factions? Tomb Kings are the best faction! Count Leek, Talakwa has fallen. You gave it hell. You gave it hell, buddy. Count Leek, does that mean Random Nix advances to fight Pantalanade? I'm just curious. Platypus and Wolfblade have also been fighting for a while. Counts versus Tomb Kings. It's a good matchup. It depends on if the Tomb Kings player goes for the blob or not. Sometimes you can go wider. Sometimes. I don't know. Flying Taco had a build that I had a very tough time beating, where he took, like, I forget what exactly it was, but it was some Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard, Cetra on his Chariot, 2 or 3 Ushopti Great Bows, that ROR Sneaky Snakes that'll go pfft, and he just, like, shot at me a lot. That was his whole point, is just shooting you to death. From the Vampire Count side, I usually like to take a Dragon Lord and Cycle Charge a lot, Breath Attack a lot, do all the good do's. More typically is the double kitty cat blob from the Tomb Kings, where they'll take Cetra either on his cat or on his chariot, I guess. But they will also say take that ROR Necrosphinx. B. Chalakwa was a dump anyway. Are my favorite clan Ama still in? Cuden was giving her hell. Do we have any other Ama lads today? I think Cuden was the only Ama representative, and he beat Swarv and lost to Neckbit, so take from that what you will. Swarv's no easy feat. Neither is Neckbit, as we can see by the fact that he won. I'll be inside on the matchup. Sometimes Tomb Kings go wide, sometimes they blob. They also bring either ranged or don't, but you should expect units. Thanks, Necrosphinx. I meant either they go the double kitty blob, or they heal up the Necrosphinxes and let them do all the work, or they go wide-ish with Ushopti and the Sneaky Snakes. But yeah, if you simplify it down, yes, they can go either narrow or wide, and they can in fact have units. You're happy as long as RTK don't win it. They steal everything from the Ama clan. They haven't stole Cuden. That's all that matters. It's all that matters. I can't see Dactor's build. I can only see the Vampire Counts build. I will say we have 6 the Tithe. Just wait, hubby. Clan LS is like Mordor. Our power grows in the background, and soon we will take over. You got to start entering some tournaments if you want to take over. Rinless is a good player for LS. He can't figure out his sleep schedule. Sometimes he's sleeping at like 4 p.m. Kiara's around, but she's more of a Giga Chat in like domination mode. And Demons of Chaos, which are banned from most tournaments. There's you, filthy Norskemain. There's Murph, who retired from active service and is now living his best life out there. There's Contende, who retired from active service and is living his best life playing League of Legends. I haven't seen Central Scrute in a long time. I don't know. No K, no gain. You can see both builds. What does Dactor have? Tell me! You need to tell me. You're legally obligated. Alright, Stingers is thinking about his build real hard. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB. Chasing Rainbows, you're in charge of the chat. Alright? Keep them in line. Okay? Okay? I'll give you temporary mod powers, and by that you have no mod powers, and I lied. I wonder where the kitty is. Mr. Mookow. Mr. Mookow. Time to put a bunch of fake sugars in my body. This stream is sponsored by 7-Up Zero Sugar, Lemon Lime Soda. Did you ever want water to taste weird? This. You ever want to pay $1.50 per can for weird tasting water? Here you go. It causes more cancer than cigarettes ever will. Every time you drink a can of Zero Sugar 7-Up, a baby dies in the neighborhood you live in. 07. Go buy it today. Go buy it. 07-Up. I get paid a lot of money for that. He has a Shadowcaster. Bold. But I am here. I know, Cyrus. I know. Dactor Stingers has been working on this build for like 25 years. You have no idea how many times this build has been entirely deleted and remade. Okay. I don't want to be an asshole, but also we have things to do today. Alfredino has advanced. Good luck, Neckbet. You're gonna do great. Let's give this 10 more seconds, and then we gotta get going. This is getting silly. I swear to God, Stingers, you don't delete that build again. It's looking done. Just hit the button. Actually change the map, but as Dactor said. Alright, I messaged him about the map. The build looks stable, so I'll leave it alone. But the map. I saw the map! I messaged him! Let's hope for secret Sylvanian handgunners tech. It is pretty good. It is pretty good. Neckbet won an entire faction war off of the Sylvanian handgunners. That was pretty great. Actually, in the north, it tastes a lot better than the damn surf. Are you in North England, or are you in, like, Scotland? Like, the north of the British Isles? What are we talking about here? Speaking of the British Isles, I was playing some Crusader Kings 3 recently. The British Isles are... Yeah, we changed the map, Dactor. We're good. We're good, Dactor. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I'm playing Crusader Kings 3 as England, and actually I'm Wales, so I'm not England. I'm Wales. But dude, it is crazy going from playing Italy, which was my last campaign, playing fucking Italy where no one agrees on anything, and it's like, hey, you are my best friend. I am a king. You are one county in the middle of my kingdom. I will give you $1 million to join up. Join my kingdom. You're a count. I own you. And they're like, no, make me. So I have to invade every county in Italy one by one. I go to Wales. I start off with a duchy. And literally a year in, one of my neighbors goes, hey, bruv, can I join up? And I say, sure, man. Welcome in. We get big enough. Hey, we can actually make the Kingdom of Wales. Let's make the Kingdom of Wales. Everybody else in Wales... Hey, bruv, can I join up? Okay. I own all of Wales. It took me 5 years. I own all of Wales. I didn't declare a single war. Italy? Fucking mess. Italy is a fucking mess. Italy is just... Everybody's constantly fighting, and I'm playing the Welsh campaign, and I'm just like, this is nice. Everybody's just nice to me. The Irish don't like me, but fuck them. They're over on their island. I don't give a shit. They can come over and come get me. They can't build a house, much less a boat. All right. Okay. All right. He readied up as I typed to him. You should probably ready up. Wales. CK3 is a Chad game. Welcome to Italy. That is an accurate representation of Italy. The British Isles. I don't know, worse or better place at the same time. Yeah. It's interesting playing finally, because I've tried. I have tried in the past to do a diplomatic run in CK3. Sometimes shit just doesn't fly. Like, oh, you're my brother. You have no claim to my throne because you're my, like, 5th brother down. You would have to kill 4 other brothers before you got to the throne. You have nothing to gain from my death. You are my best friend. I've given you one of the most prosperous duchies in my kingdom. You have a place in my council. You are my trusted advisor. Yes, brother. And I've started a faction against you. Why? Why would you do that? Because I can. Well, who's on your team? Count Fuckington. You hate Count Fuckington. He tried to kill you. He'd make a better leader than you. What the fuck, dude? What the hell? Fucking CK3, man. All right. What do we got for Dactor? Oh, but Cyrus is going to say iBox. Cyrus is going to say, Human Boy, looks like you're boxing again when I'm not even playing, but it's not me. I do like the formation, though. It's pretty silly. Skeleton Warriors. We do have some Skeleton Spearmen, including the King Nakesh's Scorpion Legion. We have some Tomb Guard in the back. Tomb Guard with halberds in the center, surrounding a Casket of Souls. We have Double Bone Daddy. And then we have High Queen Khalida on foot. It looks like she's going to have her ranged buffs to give everybody around her some reload skill and some damage. We have a Light Mage, probably with Net and Shemsburn Gaze, and Stop! And we have the Eyes of the Desert Pokestars. Now you can move it up. I cast the entire thing. You can move it as much as you want. On the other side, we have Dire Wolves, Dire Pack. Then we have some Dire Wolves. Okay. Making sure we have some zombies. We have the tithe. I told you we had the tithe. Double White King. We have one Vargulf. We have some Graveguard Great Weapons. Graveguard Great Weapons. Graveguard Great Weapons. And we do have the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Demonic horse sex and incest are CK, right? Yes, that is actually true. Alright. That's extremely accurate. What the fuck are those formations? I think he's trying to limit... So what, like, the actual reason for that is as you get attacked, you only get attacked on your first maybe couple rows as they start to envelop your formation, right? But it's not like the Graveguard and such are going to attack this entire surface area. Like, it's really hard to get a surround like that from the management while you're managing the entire army, and therefore the Skeleton Warriors are going to last longer, I think is the idea. Anyway. I digress. Casket of Souls is trying to punish Graveguard with great weapons. It's doing okay, but I've noticed the Casket of Souls as a pretty lame accuracy. Looks like the Bone Giant and the Light Caster are both really harassing this Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. He's not having a good time. Hummus PMs every player asking me to box. I do. I enjoy seeing box gameplay. It's very interactive. Yep. Every day is Christmas in Hummus Boys' house. Boxes everywhere. Stop boxing, hubby. Why you bullying me? Why are their ranks rippling right now? What's happening? I missed something. Double Bone Daddies are fighting. Now you're going to take a lot of damage on the advance because there is a Casket of Souls, 2 Bone Giants and whatnot, but that does mean that their melee capacity is limited by all this stuff. So it's kind of like in the Game 3 we've seen a lot of... I do respond to your DMs, Cyrus. I do. Not every single one, but most of them. Anyway, it's much like the Zinch versus Korn build where you have the double Flaming Chariot and you insta-kill the enemy lord and then you run out of gas and you can't fight. Like the melee fight, and Korn beats you anyway. This can run into that sort of problem, so it's like really about the balance between getting everything out in the ranged and not losing in the melee. Right? So we'll see if this box can withhold, because I mean, these Skeleton Spears and Skeleton Warriors are all utterly worthless, so in melee combat, you really just have 2 Tomb Guard and a Tomb Guard with Halberds trying to hold this together. Don't listen to them, hubby, just embrace your box downs. Anyway, Graveguard with great weapons having a bad time. Bone Giant misses a netted target. Bone Giant misses a netted target. Flying Taco swears by the Bone Giants. Whenever I try to use them, I'm like, these things are trash. And then Dactyr nets Stinger's Lord, and they miss twice in a row. Anyway, Vargulf has finally gotten involved. It's trying to fight this Bone Giant, but mostly as long as it harasses him, he can't keep firing. The Eyes of the Desert are here. They're shooting at the nearby Blood Dragon Lord, but a zombie summon on top of them will also stop them from shooting. The Blood Dragon Lord is having a very, very bad time getting shot at by the one Bone Giant that is unencumbered. And meanwhile, Eyes of the Desert will move away from the zombies. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But we are getting damage done. As we can see, I would probably just put that Blood Dragon Lord behind those trees. Anyway, as we can see, zombies and the White Kings are pushing through the front line. We have Skeleton Warriors crumbling all over the place, and soon the box will be broken. That Blood Dragon Lord needs to get behind some trees. He's gonna die. Looks like Sparkle's Doctor's still hunting him. Bone Giant's still hunting him, and occasionally Shimmer Renegade is getting cast out over there. There is a half-health Graveguard that has been forgotten because of all the micro the Blood Dragon Lord is taking at this moment. And the Dire Pack are going to hunt down Sparkle Stalkers. They do have anti-large, so they could do okay damage here, but they're immediately going to get caught by some Tomb Guard, which they will not enjoy nearly as much. Quick little Scab Scrape down the line, hits a ton of units. That was a great, great cast. And dogs are pushing in on the spears, but dogs really don't like to be fighting infantry straight up. They're more of a, like, chasing down things or killing archers type of unit. Sparkle Stalkers are beating up the Vargulf. It's like 1,000,000 versus 1, and they do have armor-piercing anti-large melee stats, so they're not so bad off here. The Graveguard that were forgotten earlier have come in. The Blood Dragon Lord has not been able to get off any breath attacks because he's been so busy dodging for his life. Not that I blame him for that, but that is making it a little more difficult. In the box. That shouldn't have hit, but alright. It did. That one missed. Ushabti Summon is hopping in. Graveguard with great weapons, and zombies still fighting everywhere. The Sternsmen are grinding as well. The Tomb King's pulled pretty far ahead on the balance of power, especially as the Blood Dragon Lord takes even more damage. He's just constantly under threat. And the Vargulf running up. I don't like the Vargulf. I really don't. I know a lot of Vampire Counts players tell me how great the Vargulf is, but watching it miss this Bone Giant 100 times in a row makes me more and more convinced that this thing is fucking garbage. Oh my god! It does no damage to him. Oh my god! You're so terrible. Oh, that's great. I love watching him run up and just fail over and over again. Okay, Sepulchral Stalkers are still shooting. A White King has been sniping out to the Lich Priest of Light. Looks like the Lich Priest is going to fade away very soon, and zombies will pop up onto the Eyes of the Desert. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is trying to land in here and get some work done, but he's about to hop straight into the Sepulchral Stalkers, which will finish him off, and if he dies, this game is 100% over. This Ushabti Summon is going to fade away, but the Blood Dragon Lord falls, pretty sure. I mean, even if he gets back into the air. He did Invocation himself, okay, but he's going to have to run away. So he has to play passively for the rest of this game. And honestly, maybe they can win it if he doesn't die, but the leadership hit and the loss of your mage will just cost way too much if he does die, so he needs to be real careful. Ow! Bone Giant shoots him again. But anyway, the Ushabti Summon has faded away. Balance of Power rockets back closer to the middle as soon as that Ushabti Summon is gone, and please don't land on the Sepulchral Stalkers. They will kick your ass. Okay, he is trying to fly away, which is very good. Vargulf is still fighting. Zombies are still fighting. Kalita's not having a great time versus the Double White King. Please don't land on the Sepulchral Stalkers. Oh, God! He's trying to juke. He's trying to dodge. He's doing his best. The Double Bone Giants are getting worn down in melee combat with these Graveguard. They're doing their very best to stop him from shooting their lord. The Vampire Counts are grinding their way back to victory. Can they do it? Vargulf and the White King are on the Sepulchral Stalkers, doing a ton of damage to them. Finally, that is some good news for the Vampire Counts. But they're in guard mode. They're getting a few sneaky shots off. They've done 500 damage. They've done 600 damage. He starts to crumble. He thinks about it. He takes a bone shaft to the face. He still has leadership. He's just now starting to crumble. He's going to get off a quick breath attack that he cancels, but he recasts it, doing some damage to the Bone Giant as he crumbles away. Can the Vampire Counts win this without their lord? Because he is officially dead and gone. Their leadership will crumble, but what is left on the map? We have Tomb Guard, Skeleton Spearman fading away, Tomb Guard with Halberds doing fine, Arwar Spears. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Bone Giants can't aim so well with empty eye sockets. True. That's fair. And they're almost out of ammunition. Bone Giants actually have shotguns, that's why they never hit. Tomb King's Secret. Not a fan of this guy's build, though. Fair. Hey, Bird. Nice to see you. I see the burn, and I'm going to just let the burn wash off of me. It cooks me. It helps me suntan. And Kalita is currently losing a 2v1 against two White Kings, so that's not going great. Bone Giant fires this last thing into the trees. It is going to miss. Vargulf is getting shot by the sneaky snakes. Dactyr has been really good about getting these snakes to safety, but Kalita is going down! Double White King for the win. Kalita is crumbling. One more hit will probably seal her fate, and she crumbles away to dust. Leadership spikes down for the Tomb Kings, probably leading to their Tomb Guard going to crumble very soon, and the Halberds are crumbling. Can the Vargulf come in here and make the difference? The White King's fighting the Bone Giants. Maybe they can do it. Vampire Count's coming back. Vargulf's almost heel capped. He's running away. He's juking. He's running. He's running and gunning. The Sternsmen have been doing great work. The zombies have also been doing fine. Graveguard with great weapons out here grinding as well. Tomb Guard with halberds crumbling is a fair and balanced mechanic as they're taking so little damage. They've been crumbling for so long. Double White Kings fighting the Bone Giants. Can they last? Vargulf charging in. He's going to take out the frickin' Eyes of the Desert at last. What do we have here? Some Tomb Guard. They do have technically positive leadership, so they're doing just fine. Vargulf keeps trying to shut down these guys. Double White King grinding with the Bone Giants still a little bit. Now they're starting to crumble, which is terrible for the Counts. And the Vargulf comes in with the quote-unquote stealed share, as Turn would say, but he went to League of Legends. He abandoned us. Casket of Souls still has ammo, if it can fire ever. It could, like, nuke down some of these Graveguard, and that could be very bad. Vargulf charges back out, cycle charging. It's been actually very well handled by Stingers this whole game. He had some pretty bad RNG on a couple things, but oh my god, the friendly fire on the Tomb Guard! No! Casket of Souls, you bitch! It just killed his own Tomb Guard! Oh no! Alright, Bone Giants are crumbling. They're crumbling down. White Kings are hanging in there, but one of them is about to fade away. The Vargulf is getting shot in the butt by the Eyes of the Desert, and they have no more ammo. They have to come into melee combat. The Sternsmen are healthy on leadership, and they're doing fine on health too. They are coming back. Bone Giants are both crumbling away. Tomb Guard isn't quite crumbling yet, but a nasty shot from the Casket of Souls onto the Sternsmen. That's what I was worried about. And there's so many gone health bars. I can't even see the health bars. They're all crumbling, but crumbling doesn't matter in this game. So I don't really know who's winning until these flags start disappearing. Micro the disco booth backwards should shoot the Sternsman. Yeah. Vargulf is almost healing capped. We're still fighting. Somehow the Bone Giant and this Tomb Guard haven't disintegrated yet. One Bone Giant is down. This Tomb Guard's almost down. Casket of Souls is still thinking about firing. If the Casket of Souls fires, I think Dactyr wins this game. Yeah, because the Sternsmen take so much damage from the Casket of Souls. Sparkle Stalkers are crumbling down. Bone Giant's crumbling. Tomb Guard are crumbling. Other Tomb Guard are crumbling. And the Vargulf is going for the 1v1! Nope, he's not. That was a quick nope. Quick little casket shot deletes one of the Tomb Guard, but it also does a lot of damage to the Sternsmen. And the Sternsmen are running out of juice. White Kings are in here fighting. The Eyes of the Desert are gone. They're gone. They're not going to do anything else. Casket of Souls has 2 shots. You what? You what? What was that shot? What? What was that shot? It's getting fucking beat up. No, the Sternsmen are holding against the Tomb Guard. They have 100 health. They have 1,000. It's a close fight. White King and the Vargulf are going to destroy the Casket of Souls. Vargulf needs to get back in there to buff up his leadership with a charge bonus, and that will stop him from crumbling if he can get in there. The Tomb Guard have beaten the Sternsmen. They're crumbling. Their leadership rallies a little bit. Vargulf is getting some nasty hits on the Casket of Souls, but he is also crumbling away. Balance of Power thinks the vampire counts have it. As the White King's in there, he's fighting. Tomb Guard are crumbling. Casket of Souls is going down. Holy shit, who's gonna win this game? I don't even know. Casket of Souls is gone, and Army Losses decides, fuck you. I decide who wins. Let's go. Oh my god. The fucking Casket of Souls just wouldn't fire. It just wouldn't fire. He was sitting there the whole game like, hey, just shoot. And the Casket of Souls is like, nah, bro. And at the end, it does that bullshit fire where it's like, you know, tweet, and just doesn't go anywhere. It just like is a puff of smoke. Oh my god. Chrome Metal, I like that. Tomb King's troops hoping the casket doesn't fire again. That was great. That was great. Yeah, Dactyr, if you were muted, your Casket of Souls really fucked you in the last half of that game. White Kings both got 1,800 value. Graveguard with great weapons. One of them did well. The others just got stuck grinding. Dogs didn't have anything to chase down, and the Vargulf got 2,700 value. Kalita got beat up by the double White Kings. The Lightcaster did very well. Skeleton Spearman honestly did pretty okay. Tomb Guard did great. Halberds held forever. Seppi Stalkers did excellently. Bone Giants actually did very well, and the Casket did well for both teams. Yeah, Dactyr, that was brutal. That was brutal. We were watching that. I mean, of course we're watching that. Thanks for the cunning insight, human boy. We were watching the tournament we're all here to cast. Yes, perfect. Just it hurts me to be this stupid. Okay. Good God. That was a lot. It was very entertaining, but also very sad. Taking it to a third at least. Yeah. I hope for, like, not to choose a horse in the race. I have nothing against Stingers. They seem like a polite person. But I just hope for Dactor's sake that he wins this series, because that was fucking brutal. Like, you hate to see it when you're playing, and because I mean, I know I've been there where your units just aren't responding. Like, his casket said firing forever. It didn't even say obstructed, just said firing and wasn't shooting. And then when it did shoot, it deleted one of his own Tomb Guard. And then there was that at the end, it fired but like canceled itself. So it's not like his fault. It wasn't doing what it should. So you hate to get screwed out of a win like that. So it's like, I think the best ending here is we have a good game 3, but Dactor ends up winning it, because otherwise it's just like, it just feels really bad when you feel like you shouldn't have lost a game and you end up losing the series off of it. And that's, again, it's nothing against Stingers. It's just, you hate to see it, but it is what it is. You know, happens. It happens. Stingers was playing that Vargulf really well, though. The casket is like me when I'm working. Random Nicks has advanced to the semifinals. While we wait on their game 3 picks and stuff, I'll go here. Pantalinade has been defeated by Random Nicks. Neckbet is working Alfredino over, fucking destroying him, killing him. The quick 2-0 is coming in soon for our friend, the Undead Main. Meanwhile, Platypus did advance over Wolfblade, and he is now fighting Razel. Cool. Since this is game 3, I might tell Random Nicks that if he gets his opponent to wait for me, because otherwise our natural game that we'll progress to would be the winner of Shrakrack and Mr. Toyful versus the winner of Dactor versus Stingers. And I would hate to ignore an entire half of the bracket and follow this one all the way through. So maybe I could pop down here while they fight it out and then pop back up here for the other semifinal. Could be how we do that. I'll message random. Stingers needs to go in 20 minutes, I guess, so I can advance either way. We'll play game 3. Let's go. Collusion with the tournament host? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm cheating. Cheating for Dactor. I love this graphic that I threw together today, and YouTube did not. So the first one didn't have all the red lettering except for Return of the Skaven. It was just Return of the Skaven. Lord of the Total War Warhammer 2 Return of the Skaven, that was it. And then YouTube turned it into a big gray screen because it was copyright or whatever. So it just added a bunch more text, and all of a sudden it said it was fine. All right. I need to get rid of the blocker, but not everything else. Boom. Done and done. Didn't say this before the tournament started. Obviously, you would have been busy, but thanks for organizing this tournament. Anytime. Anytime. I try to do a bit of everything that isn't being done, so... As I mentioned at the start of the stream, a lot of the other streamers either got busy or moved to other games, so now it's been tough because it's like, well, not a lot of people are organizing Dom tournaments, not a lot of people are organizing land battle tournaments, not a lot of people are organizing Warhammer 2 tournaments, and I'm over here like, I'll try to do all 3. But it'd be really nice if another content creator came back. Oh well. We tried. Wood Elves versus Lizardmen. This is a real classic matchup at the end of Warhammer 2. It was very, very common. Who's what? Dactyr is a Lizardman. He's normally a Wood Elf main, so at least he'll know this matchup from one end. We have 4 Saurus warriors with clubs. We have 5 skink cohorts with shields, not javelins. We have 2 solar engines. We have a skink priest of beasts with Manticore summon and Flock of Doom. And we have Oxyotl and 5 chameleon skinks. Oof. 28 players for Warhammer 2 is pretty Pog City. Yeah, it is. It is. I know Strat Game really wanted us to host some Warhammer 2 tournaments, so then I was like, okay, sure, we can do that. I have nothing against it. Glade Riser Spears, Great Stag Knights on the side of Stingers. We have some Eternal Guards with no shields. Okay, that means the Stinks are actually going to do okay versus them. Yep. Then we have Glade Guard, Starfire Shafts. We have more Eternal Guard. Starfire Shafts, Eternal Guard, Eternal Guard. Wow, a lot of Eternal Guard. There better be a Nakai. There is not. More Great Stag Knights, Glade Riders, and I think I mentioned this, but there is Drycha and a Branch Wraith. Branch Wraith has just heal, and Drycha has no spells, so we have just Earthblood. Zypher, there will be more, don't you worry. Don't you worry. I know there's some NA players that wanted one in an NA-friendly time zone. I know there's just people that want more, and we won't have Immortal Empires until fucking September, so this isn't going to be obsolete for a while. Once we have Immortal Empires, I have a hard time justifying coming back to Game 2, but until then, people just miss the old factions. Krell. Krell with the self-burn. Alright. They're advancing. Dactyr's trying to kite, but one of the advantages Wood Elves have is they have Firewall moving. So you can keep advancing, stay in range of them, and then shoot the Saurus in the back. So Saurus either have to turn and fight you, or accept that they're not going to get to use their bronze shields, and they will take some serious damage here. Now, it's not all Wood Elf favorite, as Drycha is taking a pounding from Oxyotl, and she is going to have to fall back. She's getting a little bit of healing from her Branch Wraith friend, but it does not appear to be enough. And we even have a Feral Manticore diving down, and all the cavalry is in a heavy flanking position, so it's not nearby to bail Drycha out of this situation. It looks like, excuse me, it's not even going for Drycha. It's just going to take out some Eternal Guard. Sorry, Glade Guard. Glade Eternal Guard. The Glade Eternal Guard with Spear Shields, Starfire Shafts, do get insta-ganked and routed off by the Manticore. And the Manticore is going to turn and go after Drycha. Meanwhile, Eternal Guard frontline is colliding with Saurus. Saurus will win that over time. It's not a great trade for them because the spears do have armor piercing, but they do okay. They do just fine. Cav is now coming in hot. It's going to try and catch some of these skirmishers, and the Great Stag Knight specifically can take out the dinosaurs pretty quickly. Stinger's getting a good catch with the Starfire Shafts. He is poking down this Bastildon. It doesn't look like Dactyr has noticed that's happening yet. And meanwhile, his Manticore is beaten up by Drycha, Spears, and the Branch Wraith themselves. So they can kind of heal up and keep going. Things are going all right for the Wood Elves, but they've taken a lot of damage on their front line. Look at that. All the spears completely worked down, and now the cavalry is coming in from both sides, trying to charge some of these Saurus and Skinks and break them off. The Chameleon Kite Core for Dactyr is largely fine and alive. We have 1 half-health solar engine, and some of the Wood Elf archers are doing work, but Balanced Power heavily favors cavalry for the Wood Elves, and it doesn't usually take into consideration that they just get ground down by Saurus, so they don't really want to be standing and fighting. I would think the Lizardmen are actually in a pretty good spot, but now the cavalry need to get a lot done. The Skink cohort placed in the back. You might say it was a Lizardman box because there were units that weren't on the front line. Oh, Dactyr's box! Anyway, I digress. Skink cohorts that were left in the backfield are able to peel off these Great Stag Knights easily enough, and a Solar Engine is also going to terror out them. It looks like we have an Overcast Earthblood trying to heal up Drycha in the middle of all of these Saurus. Lizardmen are slightly ahead on the balance of power. I would agree. I might even think that they're massively ahead on the balance of power as these Great Stag Knights are routed off. They're coming back, but they're half health and like 2/3 health, respectively, so they need some heals. But unfortunately, Drycha's been getting all the healing treatment because of the really rough early game she had with Oxyotl. One good thing is one of the first solar engines is about to die or rout. The other one is well on its way. And now that there's less and less front line protecting the Chameleon Skinks, finally some of the Great Stagnites got onto them. So one Chameleon Skink is going to rout. How are the Saurus doing? It looks like we have one Saurus still healthy and alive. That's it for Saurus that are doing great. Okay, maybe Lizardmen are in more trouble than I would have thought. Still, Solar Engine is running away. Starfire Shaft's still shooting into it. We have some Glade Riders with spears and regular spears that do need to come up and help out. Great Stagnites do get onto the Solar Engine, but then they immediately abandon it, trying to charge some Saurus. And so far, Oxyotl has been under no threat at all. The second Manticore summon comes, and it probably has to snipe out Drycha if those men are going to secure this game. But I guess maybe they do have a lot of skirmishers left alive. Stillodons are rallying on the far side, except for one. I don't see the other one. Okay, maybe one's dead. Yep, there he is. He's dead. I see him. Dead body, check. Manticore has landed. Great Stagnites doing a ton of damage to Oxyotl when they can catch him. Very nice little poke there, especially from this unit that is about to die, getting about a quarter health off of a very annoying lord. And distracting a Manticore for its limited time on this earth is a good play. Wizards have been pulled pretty far ahead on the balance of power at this point. That feels a little sudden, but I guess they do have a lot of units left alive. And, oh yeah, the Manticore. The Manticore summon being at full health, the game thinks that that's pretty impactful. So, Wood Elves need to last that one out to the end. Can they do it? I don't know. We still have some Great Stagnites. With healing, they'll be okay. Yeah, okay, it's largely about this Manticore, what it can and can't get done with before it fades. It's getting a ton of great hits onto Drycha, though, so that is exactly what the Lizardmen want out of it. It's fading soon. I can't see Drycha's health bar, but it doesn't appear to be having a good time. Yeah, she got chunked out again by the fucking thing. And she starts dealing some of her own damage back to it. She's doing very well, but it is a summon, so it's going to go away regardless. As long as it doesn't rout before its time is up, then it's okay. But, wow, Drycha put the hurt on that thing. Okay, cool. Manticore dies. Bounce power still favored for the Lizardmen, but not over just yet. We have an Awakening of the Wood onto some Chameleon Skinks. I hate that spell. I don't think it's ever worth anything because I hate it a lot. But Cavalry is coming in trying to catch the Chameleon Skinks. They're using it just for a slow. Eternal Guards with spears are fighting Oxyotl and a bunch of other things, and the Branch Wraith gets into combat with him. It is probably a better melee combatant than Oxyotl is. Probably, though he has surprised me in the past. Big catch here for the Wood Elves, catching both of these Chameleon Skinks who are low on morale and low on models. Branch Wraith still fighting Oxyotl. Drycha has to come over here and support. Her AoE melee attack buff would be crucial in this little fight. Chameleon Skinks and Skink Cohorts trying to come back in. We do have a very close game. Balance of power is now fading closer and closer to the army losses point against the Wood Elves as Drycha desperately tries to get in here. I don't know if she's used her Dryad summon, but if she hasn't, she should use it now just for the balance of power, but it looks like she is going to rout soon after taking a solar beam to the face. And if she routs, that'll probably be army losses for her. Oxyotl's still fighting this Branch Wraith. Duel the century over here. Quick little Awakening of the Wood, and army losses will hit. Oof. Though I do think the Lizardman was going to win that game. Especially after Drycha got nuked down. Hubby, stop boxing. No, you. Drycha and Branch Wraith did okay. Drycha only getting 395 value despite slapping a couple Manticores around is a little weird, but maybe the Branch Wraith did more of that than I thought. One of the Starfire Shafts getting 1600 value. Both Great Stagnites getting about 1000. For Dactyr, Oxyotl gets about 1900 value, pretty good. Saurus Warriors all almost paid for themselves, which is pretty nice for a front line, and the Solar Engines did fine. Nice job to Dactyr, nice job to Stingers. Very close games in the end. You'd love to see it. Boom, boom. Stingers did have a good showing. He did. He did. I haven't seen a lot of Stingers. I hope to keep seeing more of them. I can't remember if I saw them in domination tournaments or where I first ran into them. So, what are we looking at? Random Nix versus Pantalonade is just Random Nix probably waiting for his next opponent. Because in the bracket, Dactor's going to advance over Stingers in a second as soon as he gets to doing the challenge thing. Shrek, Crack, and Mr. Teufel are fighting somewhere. Platypus and Razel are fighting somewhere. And I can't... Ever since the chat removal update that added Join with Code, I can't see what games are in progress anymore. So I don't know where Nekabet and Alfredino are. Otherwise, I could see their lobby and at least see what map they're on. If they're on map 3 out of their best of 3 or whatever. I don't know. I just work here. For the honor of DBD. Yeet. Lizardman vs. Sword Elf is always cool, because both factions are very high leadership, so even like, and there's a ton of scrapping units. The wheel is 1-0. I love it. Larry the Mad, I hope you have a good day. And it's coming for you. I already got knocked out. What is leadership? Sorry, what is LD? LD is leadership. All right. Parkhoff charge giant and casket end. I don't know how close we are to our next game. I need to decide whether I need to entertain people or whether they'll figure it out. I'll go to the bathroom before I make this decision. Whoop, jump up! Dactor and Mr. Teufel. Mr. Teufel did advance. I'd rather watch something than nothing. That is true. I talked to Random Nix about waiting for me for his semifinal, and I won't make him wait for a whole best of 3, but I will spectate Dactor and Mr. Teufel until we have another game to go to. Because as I said earlier, I don't really want to just watch one side of the bracket and leave the other one abandoned. And I should probably prioritize the semifinal over a random game. Oh, but we take that. Try to cast Razel versus Platypus? I have no idea where they are. No idea where they are in their games. Random Nix is in the semis already? Yeah. He's waiting for either Nekbet or Alfredino. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom while they figure this out. BRB. You know what I think it is? Because I was thinking to myself, we've had a lot of really close games today. And I don't know why Warhammer 3 doesn't have nearly as many nail biters. And I think it's because that 4 out of the 7 factions are like undead. If that makes sense. So it's very final, you know what I mean? It's not like something routes and can come back in the late game like Random Nix was talking about and really fight to the bitter end. It's like, once the demons start crumbling, the unit just disappears and it's gone. That's it. All right. We most likely will not see the end of this best of 3. Sorry, while they set that, I'm going to answer Soki's question. Yeah, I got you, buddy. So let's get rid of the blocker a second. So when you're in your main menu, there's 2 arrows down here. Changes the background. There you go. Anyway, back to that game. Anyway, we might not finish this best of 3. As soon as Randomnix gets his opponents, we will abandon this best of 3. But it should be good to see. Mr. Teufel, no newcomer to tournaments. He just hasn't been in a lot of the tournaments that we would recognize. I don't see him in a lot of Turin stuff or anything, but he hangs out on Zerkovic's server last time I had talked to him. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Is he even star? No. Is he good? Yeah. Mr. Teufel. Done, done, done. Ogres, my lord. This stupid thing in the right corner? Yeah. I don't know why that's there, because I also already registered. So I don't need to do anything down there. I have ogres. I have game 3. Why doesn't that advertisement know that through like Steam or whatever? Anyway. Random Nicks versus Neckbat or Alpha Bradino. It doesn't get much better. Yes. We need an Altar of Ultimate Darkness tourney. Oh, of course. Dactor says he got greenskins and dark elves on the wheel as his pick 2. Tomb King's background is the best one. Abandon it like my dad. Only game I ever saw with no units remaining was Vampire Counts versus Tomb Kings. Only Tomb King summoned from Arkan was standing. Oh, wait, Cyrus, why do I remember that too? Where did we see that? Damn it. I remember that. That vaguely sounds familiar. Hazel, what you doing? Hazel, come here. Come here, puppy. Quit barking out the window. She's not going to come here. All right, we have Empire versus Greenskins. My last couple experiences with this matchup have been really bad from the Greenskin side because I keep playing like Houseplant and Killing Smalls, and people are really good at kiting with Empire. So they'll take 2 or 3 Outriders, 2 or 3 Pistoliers, Volkmar, and some Spearmen and stuff, and then the late game is almost always, I've killed everything except for those goddamn Outriders and Pistoliers, and they shoot me to death. There's a classic. Hubby's voice went up like 3 octaves. That implies that that was in my channel. Either that or I don't know how you people heard me. The Tomb King's Vampire Counts game we actually just had was pretty epic. For various reasons. It was more comically epic. Dactor's ready. Mr. Teufel's thinking. Only 2 lords left, or a lord and a white king. Yeah, I had a Skaven game once that came down to a summon, and it was a summon of clan rats after Snitch had died. And they couldn't kill the Sigmar's sons in time, so the battle ended with like 2 Sigmar sons left standing, but the clan rats couldn't finish them off before they disintegrated and it was over. Army losses had already hit for the Empire because as far as the balance of power was concerned, it was a Plague Priest and a summon versus like 20 Sigmar sons. But they routed my Plague Priest for like the last time, so he shattered. He didn't die, but he shattered. And then the only thing left was clan rats. And then army losses hit for the Empire, but eventually my summon disappeared and they won. The Norska game was pretty epic, and the other Norska game was pretty epic. I wonder if you have a bias, Mr. Coffin. I live on your roof and stream it all the time. That's how we know. So I was just watching like Logic or Turin one day, and that game came on, and I just screamed. I like that my face is currently darkened with like a reddish glow from the microphone. That's the only lighting you have for me. But depending on when the map loads, you get to see my real face. All right, let's go. Let's do it. I got rid of the blocker. Yes, I did. Back to chat so I can see that. You can predict Volkmar. Probably. It's Volkmar. The Empire is going to take more setting up, so I'll talk about the greenskins first. For the greenskins, we have Grom the Paunch, double Orc Boar Chariots. We have a Goblin Big Boss, an Orc Shaman with Brain Burster, and Edbot. Other than that, we have 2 Orc Boar Boys. It looks like we have 4 Spider Rider Archers. And then a front line of Goblins mixed with Savage Orc Biggins, matched with Orc Boys, Black Orcs, Orc Boys, Savage Orc Biggins, and Goblins. So a very diverse infantry front line. Empire Spearmen because they're cheap and good. True. Outrider Kite. If no Grimgord I sad, you're going to be sad. Meanwhile, for Mr. Teufel, we have Gotrek, Volkmar the Grim. We have a Bright Wizard up on a Pegasus, so no healing for Gotrek, which is interesting, but he can heal himself, maybe. What do we have? 2 Knights in the Blazing Sun? 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun, very effective unit against Greenskins. They beat any of the Greenskins cavalry 1v1, except for maybe Orc Boar Boy Biggins, but you don't usually see those. And they traded well against Grom the Paunch if he's here because of their fire damage. We have 2 crossbowmen, 1 Free Company Militia, a front line of Sigmar's Sons, plus a bunch of spearmen, and in the back line we do have 1 cannon. So very interesting Empire formation. You will be shocked to learn you're not in the finals. Neckbet! Did you at least give it hell? Did you give it a good go? Go Teufel. Can't imagine how it could be done. Come on, Empire. Yeah, Gotrek and Volkmar is bold. That's bold. So Dactor's probably not going to want to fart around for too long. His skirmish cav will lose, obviously, to a cannon, but to 2 crossbowmen as well. They'll just get outshot, and I think they get outranged by the crossbowmen pretty significantly. Yeah, 160 to 100. So we will want to get involved in melee. Neckbet, I'm sure you did great. It's Alfredino. I was thinking Neckbet, but congratulations to Alfredino. Yeah. Yes. Alfredino and Dactor were teammates in Cuden's most recent 2v2 tournament that they won together, so it'd be interesting if we get Dactor versus Alfredino finals. We can figure out who actually carried the team. You got to play a VC mirror, so it's a good day? Oh, fuck yeah. Who were the lords? If it was Gorst versus Gorst, that's awesome. Anyway, I digress. Slow advance here from the Greenskins. I don't know what the great cannons of Mr. Teufel are shooting at. It looks like they've actually been doing a little bit of work on the Black Orcs over there. So this is the only game we'll see of this best of 3, I'm afraid. We will go watch Alfredino versus Randomnix. I told them, and if Randomnix is still here, but I did tell them to prepare a lobby and get their first picks done, and we'll be there after this first game. So we'll see. Crossbowman trying to harass the Spider Riders. Dactor's pretty good at dodging them. Plays a lot of Wood Elves, so he's used to dodging and conserving with his units. Mr. Teufel's Knights of the Blazing Sun are going to have to come in here and zone out these guys, but it looks like there's also a lot of Halberdiers and Spears to do that job. Quick little Brain Burst does a good amount of damage to Sigmar's Sons, and Free Company Militia are going to fall back, as they are kind of a bit of a kite and shoot unit, but they're okay in melee combat. They don't want to fight Orc Boar Boys or Savage Orc Biggins, though. Volkmar gets a quick charge to the Orc Boys, and Grom gets a quick charge to the Sigmar's Sons with a headbutt following it up. Doesn't look like it's going to get too great of a hit, but it still does okay. And Gotrek actually catches up to Grom, gets 1 hit on his back, doesn't do as much damage as you would have hoped, because Grom is a tanky boy. And Knights of the Blazing Sun are going to surround him, and Dactor is being very aggressive with his Grom the Paunch right now. Maybe too aggressive, as Gotrek gets caught up in his own Knights of the Blazing Sun. He screams out, "Get out of my way, you Waziks!" as he charges in, trying to get Grom to punch, but he can't quite catch him, and Grom gets away, only losing a third of his health. He will regen that up easily. Cannons, meanwhile, are turning to try and fire at some of this cavalry that's harassing it, and Orc Boar Boys are catching Knights of the Blazing Sun who are trying to disengage from that combat. They have other places to be. The Greenskin frontline is taking a fucking beating, though, as we have Savage Orc Biggins routing, we have Orc Boar Chariots routing, Orc Boys routing, Shaman routing, and it looks like we have a Goblin Big Boss here, and we have a freeze frame. It better not crash, because this was going very well. Both sides, honestly. No! Mr. Teufel's been dropped! Oh, the tragedy. Oh, the tragedy. Oh, no. That was going so well for him. Rip in peace. Alright, we're gonna go catch Random Mix versus Alfredino. I hope Mr. Teufel and Dact are the best. And that is a sad way to end that one, unfortunately. But we must prioritize the semifinals. Sorry. He pulled the wife. Yeah, Dactor DDoS. Not DDoSed him. Wait, it is DDoSing. What's the thing? Wait, which one's the one where you reveal where someone lives, and what's the one where you cut off their internet from a distance? Threw my caster, but had compromised all of his range. Yeah, no, Dactor, it was close. It wasn't decided for either side at all. Your front line was in tatters, his back line was in tatters. It was all about Volkmar and Gotrek and Spearman versus your skirmish Cav, Grom and Cav. Docs and DDoS. Docs is telling you where someone lives. Yeah, okay. I see. So we do get Alfredino versus Random Nix. Dactor and Mr. Teufel will just have to be settled off screen as the knives come out. The cheating commences. Your Black Orcs had 80% HP. They sure did. They sure did. I don't think you were in trouble. Like, well, not in... Okay. I don't think you weren't in trouble. I don't think it was decided at all. There was pretty even trades across the line. Definitely too early to call.
Dude, I told you, though. I told you. Even in that brief
moment, you can tell Mr. Teufel's not fucking around, dude. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Looks like we have Wood Elves versus Beastmen. Our first Beastmen of the day, actually. We've gone through 2.5 hours of stream. And we have seen 2 Norska games and no Beastmen. Interesting. Platypus and Razel are still fighting. They've been fighting forever. Thankfully, no one's waiting on them, but I'm wondering how that series is going. Alright, let's do some Murphalurf cringe. But better, because Hummus is casting it. It's me. Oh, Alfredino on Readies. He saw us putting out the poll and he had to vote for himself real quick. DDoS is direct digital denial of service. Oh, I see what you mean. DDoS is blank denial of service, and it's either direct or digital. I'm very curious if Platypus can beat Razel. Because as we saw, Razel is very good. And Platypus is an excellent Warhammer 3 Dom player, but he recently started playing Warhammer 2 just for fun with some of the RTK lads, so I wonder if he's picked up enough there. Because his mechanics are clearly on point. If he can be a really good domination player, like, he obviously knows how to handle the units and what to do, but land battles are a different thing. And he also, Razel has much more meta knowledge than Platypus has. So that'll be interesting over there. I think I would favor Razel if I had to put money on one, but clearly it's gone on long enough that Platypus isn't getting slapped. Okay. Beastmen, first time seeing them today. And we get Morgar, not Torox. Interesting. Morgar the Morgar the Shadowgave. We have a Deathcaster with Spirit Leech and Aspect of the Dread Knight, and then we have a Brave Shaman of Wild with Traderkin. We do have Centaurs with Throwing Axes, and the Groghooves of Wolf's Run. We have triple Ungor Spearmen, double Centaurs, and dogs on each side. So a lot of cavalry and some light Ungor Spearmen in the front. A lot of this is very indicative of the Beastmen Wood Elves matchup. You take two casters because the Wood Elves are so good at Lord sniping that you want a backup, so they have to kill twice as many people. And why we have the Deathcaster with the Aspect of the Dread Knight is in case of the Great Stag Knight ROR, the Ghost Knights. What are those fucking knights? Whatever. The Ghost Great Stag Knights. Aspect of the Dread Knight grants magic damage after an update to it, which is good, because if you don't have Traderkin to insta-nuke them, you need that Aspect of the Dread Knight. Now, the Wood Elves didn't bring them, but you always need to be ready. Isn't this the old Platypus? No, it's RTK's Platypus. He's new. Moo, says the chat. Other than that, I was surprised not to see Torox until I remembered who you're fighting. Morgar is actually really good against the Sisters of Twilight because of his 75% missile resist and his regeneration to keep him in the fight for a while. So he's just tanky. The Lost Sylvan Knights. That's it. That's it. It's been a minute, ladies and gentlemen. For random nicks, momentary lag. Hopefully this is the lag they get as they start the game, and then that's it. Oh, no. Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips. Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips. And then we have the Sisters of Twilight and a Waystalker. The back line is just high Wood Elf infantry spam. And to anybody who tells me Wood Elf infantry isn't good, then tell me why they keep bringing 10 of them. Anyway, 5 Dryads, 5 Eternal Guard, and we have a Spellsinger of Beasts with the Manticore. Ooh, wait, is that the Manticore summon, or is that the Curse of Honor here? Nope, it is. Well, actually, it's a Great Eagle summon, because it's Wood Elves we're talking about. And Flock of Doom. Cool, cool. Sisters of Twilight on their Dragon, though. I like them on the Dragon. I think they're better on their Eagle, because Eagles are such bullshit, in that you have a really hard time hitting them. I think the Dragon is a little more honorable to your enemy, because they can actually get hit by range attacks. So, random nicks, I'm sure he has a real reason that he wants to win this game, so he took him for that reason. But I'm going to pretend he just did it to be honorable. That's what I'm going to go with. Skirmish Cav, meanwhile, trying to fight with the Centaurs, but Alfredino immediately taking a charge with both Centaurs and the Wolves onto the Dryads, because as a lot of people have talked about, I'm a Dryad hater, but one thing I will acknowledge is their melee stats are utter shit. So it looks like they was just counting on the extreme charge bonus of Centaurs charging in just to get a bunch of free attacks and not take a lot of damage in return. And it looks like that didn't go all to plan as some of the Skirmish Cav harassed them. Now the Eternal Guard, they didn't brace, they didn't have their charge defense, and they took a lot more damage than I would have thought they did. And the Centaurs again running away. Alfredino getting so much damage out of these guys, but he's also taking a bunch in return, so it's not all going his way. Quick side charge from some of the Throwing Axe Cav, the Groghooves. Since they regen, I guess he's okay with them taking a little bit of poke, but still it could be a dangerous move. And now the Ungor Raiders are in range of the Dryads, and they're just shooting in. It looks like the Ungor Spearman herds for the Beastmen are being held back in reserve. No reason to really charge them in right now. It's just a mobility game as another cycle charge comes in from Alfredino. The first Great Eagle summon has been used from Random Nicks, and he also gets off an overcasted Flock of Doom onto 4 units. The Eagle's going to dive in, and the dogs over there will probably be routed quite soon as their leadership is low. They are dogs. Dryads are routing. I haven't seen a lot of Winds of Magic being used by the Beastmen at all. There's not a lot for them to trade or kin besides some skirmish cav, but even that's not the biggest threat to you. They could start Spirit Leeching these Waystalkers, and maybe they have, judging by the damage already taken over there. Aspect of the Dread Knight isn't as important for this army, so he doesn't really have a lot of great spells he should be using right now. Still want to use something, though. I mean, spells are spells. They help. If you could catch an overcasted Traderkin on these two Glade Riders sitting right next to each other, maybe that would be worth it. I don't know. I guess maybe he's just not afraid of them. Maybe he's like, their combat stats are so shit, your Centaurs and dogs can beat them anyway. Over here, we have a little bit of a blob of cav fighting a whole bunch of spears. I think the Beastmen are just relying on how low all the Wood Elf Spearmen are to try and win this fight, but they do end up losing 2 units to routing. And they'll pull back. Meanwhile, the Sisters of Twilight on their dragon dive down, crump down a quick Centaur and Spearman combo, firing off some missiles into them. It looks like they have Fire at Will on, or that little thing where, like, if you give an attack order, they turn Fire at Will back on their own. 2 Ungar Raiders getting caught by Eternal Guard from Random Nix is catching the Ungar Raiders, so they're going to pull away and try and get out of here. Meanwhile, the Beastmen get a nasty rear charge onto these 2 Dryads that are lumped up around Morgur. Now, Morgur does have 2 Chaos Spawn summons, and it looks like his free one goes, so something was right here. I don't know what unit it was, but it got insta-killed and turned into Chaos Spawn. Morgur still has his voluntary summon in the back pocket ready to go at some point. All 3 Centaurs with throwing X's are kiting away. It looks like the remnants of an Ungor Spearman herd is going to catch these Eternal Guard and buy the 3 archers some time to move around. Meanwhile, the Sisters of Twilight dive in. They're going to instantly rout off the Deathcaster. The Wildscaster is soon to follow, and Morgur might be left alone. It looks like he is going to pop his Chaos Spawn summon really quick to discourage the Sisters from hanging around here. I'm sure Alfredino would have loved to have his throwing axes in position for this, and it looks like they are trying to move up and get here, but they've been pushed back so far by all these spearmen, they're very annoyed. They could get a ton of damage onto this dragon if they were nearby. Second and final Eagle Summon has come out from the Wood Elves as well. It is going to get crumped by a Chaos Spawn, but it's a summon, so who cares? So it's summon versus summon violence, and no one cares very much. Beastmen about even on the balance of power, which they ended Warhammer 2 in a state where they are usually ahead on balance of power from the start of the game, so that means they're actually a little bit behind, and I would tend to agree, but this is not over yet. There are 2 spawn summons on the map that'll both fade, along with the Eagle summon that's almost dead, but the Wood Elves are getting no balance of power from that because it was, quote-unquote, almost dead. Waystalker getting gooned out. This is a good little pick from the Beastmen. I don't know if they need 2 Centaurs to do the job, and it looks like they will instead take a charge onto these Glade Riders. A lot of charging from them. They have 3 archers who are still very healthy. This can be good against the Sisters of Twilight in the late game, especially on their dragon. They'll take a ton of damage from the archers. The only problem is going to be defending the archers from the Sisters of Twilight, who can just dive on them. The Centaurs taking a fight against the Glade Riders with spears. I do think they have better stats, but both are the skirmish cav variants of these light cavalry, so not all of them are very happy about that situation. Something was cast over here. I think it was a Flock of Doom, because there's no way that was a Traderkin on entirely Beastmen forces, and the Sisters of Twilight of Random Mix are caught up. A huge overcast from the Brave Shaman of Wilds fucking deletes him, and it only catches 1 Glade Rider of Random Mix. That is very unfortunate for Alfredino. A huge loss of a caster. Now, you don't need that many Traderkins against this build. The reason he hasn't used them is because there's not a lot of great targets, but it still sucks to lose an entire single entity like that. But his Brave Shaman of Death does rally and come back, and the tree is currently hidden a little bit. Centaurs are routing all over the field as Glade Riders chase them down. This is pretty bad. They could get chased off the map unless the Groghost of Wolf's Run can bail them out of a bad situation. Triple Ungor Raiders trying to get back in range, but they are getting flanked by Eternal Guard. They'll need to turn and fire at some of these Wood Elf infantry and get them out of their way if they want to fire unhindered. Meanwhile, Centaurs with throwing axes are fighting the last of the Wood Elf Skirmish Cav, and the Wood Elf Skirmish Cav is in mass route. They are going to go off the map, so big Flock of Doom is going to hit, but Anticity made a video on Flock of Doom saying it's not a very good spell, and I would be inclined to agree with him. Sisters of Twilight still fighting over here. Morgur is going to catch up with them. He's a piss-poor melee combatant, but he's there. He's around. He's doing okay. Beastmen are in Ascension now as Wood Elves are routing all around the map, and I don't really see how they can win unless the Sisters of Twilight get some crazy RNG on some of their attacks. They could snipe out this Brave Shaman of Death pretty easily and then turn around and try and deal with Morgur, but as I mentioned before, there's 3 archers here. They do a lot of damage to a dragon, so you also need to go fight them. So the Sisters are capable of killing the Brave Shaman. They're capable of killing Morgur. They're capable of killing the archers, but can you do it all? And a big thing they're going to try to do is they have to stay unbroken before their healing goes off. If they get their healing, the balance of power will rocket back towards the middle, but if they don't get their healing off, army losses might take them out, or, you know, they just fucking die. Like, death is also pretty bad. Big breath attack straight down onto 3 kind of clumped up units. It gets a little bit of tickling onto some of those centaurs. These guys might need to charge into combat, otherwise they're going to break. They do break, and the balance of power goes against the Wood Elves so much it might be army losses, but that heal is going to pop soon. So soon. Where is it? Where's the heal? There's the heal. So the sisters will come back. And there's a full health Glade Rider unit with some ammunition left. Where have you been this whole game? Welcome back, my friend, but it might be too little, it might be too late as the sisters come back. Beastmen are very far ahead on the balance of power, but if you look across the battlefield, their leadership is also low. That is some Beastmen inflation bullshit. They're not actually that far ahead on the balance of power. Sorry, I'm going to catch up with chat while we do a little bit of reforming ranks here. Throg means 75% missile resist? Maybe. A shame this isn't a Mortis Engine 2. Give Mortis Engine to Torox. This looks like a build I'd bring, so smart money's on the Beastmen. Give Torox wings. Torox greater than Scarbrand. I would agree. That might be the game. Wow, great game. Yep, still going. I actually do think the Wood Elves have some teeth in this game, because if you look at all these guys with their super low leadership, they will rout instantly. So if you look at what actually is here, the Beastmen have 2 almost out of ammo archers, 1 spearman, Morgar, and that's like it. Everything else here routs as soon as the sisters even come near them in melee combat. Now, if the Beastmen get the charge, they'll hold on for like a second, but they are going to go away very quickly if they have to. The Wood Elves still have plenty of ammo with which to kite, and they get a nasty volley onto those centaurs with throwing axes. And Randomnix is doing his best to dodge as many of the arrows from the Beastmen as he can. He's trying to waste their ammo. While the Skirmish Cav fulfills the attacking roles, he is also trying to rally up some Eternal Guards. And this way Stalker is gonna rout immediately. He's not using any of his ammunition, and he does get caught on the ground by the Centaurs, and they immediately kill him. Balance of power is into Army Losses territory for the Wood Elves. Are you fucking serious right now? Get that shit out of here! You are not gonna Army Loss this man! There's too much at stake! Alright, some Beastmen are shattering. Balance of power gets even worse for the Wood Elves. As more and more Beastmen are routing, the balance of power just edges closer and closer to army losses. Archers get a little bit more poke onto the sisters. If the sisters take even one nasty volley, army losses is going to kick in. But if these Eternal Guard rout, maybe that's enough. It looks like Spirit Leech is going to end this game. There is no way balance of power is held off any longer. And while I think that is some horseshit, that is Beastmen balance of power for you. And that is it. GG. GG. I do think the Beastmen were advantaged there. I just don't think that was Army Losses territory yet. But oh well. I guess that's just Warhammer 2 things. Very well played to Randomnix and Alfredino. Looking at the values, anything stand out to me? Nothing too crazy. Glade Riders did very, very well. Sisters did alright. For Alfredino's Deathcaster got about 1,000 value. Don't know what he was Spirit Leeching to get so much value, but clearly something juicy. Throwing Axes did alright, Centaurs did well, and Dogs did alright. Full health Morgar wasn't going to go down? Maybe, but most of his tankiness comes from slow regen and from missile resistance. And the Sisters on their Dragon can actually do a lot of work against him in melee. I do think you're right. I think you're right. But I also think that was too soon for army losses. Okay, sorry. The Pious Skeleton says Matthew Coffin, when that one Korean TV Total War channel did modded domination tourneys that added the old factions back, they did Torox versus Scarbrand, and Scarbrand beat the brakes off of him. I see. Dude, I wish that mod wasn't, like, illegal or whatever. That unlocks the Game 2 factions. Because I would cast so many of those fucking games, you have no idea. But CA is a big no on that one. They are a hard no on that. GG, great game it was. Tretch is here! Hey, Tretch. How you doing? Tried and true Beastman trick. Your Wood Elf ammo is worth more than these goats' lives. Dude, I love that as Skaven, too. I love that shit. Rip Chad. A valiant effort, but the end too much moo-moo. Too much a moo. Platypus is still fighting Razel. Still fighting him out there. Turin is hosting a domination tournament tomorrow. Well, that's good. He just posted it. So if you want to be in a domination tournament tomorrow, go for it. Go. Hazel Basil, what you doing? Hazel Basil, what you stinking about? What you being so stinky for? Out of the 26 votes, we have about a 1-to-2 ratio for Random Nicks and Alfredino. The videos were entertaining as hell, even if I couldn't understand a word of them. I'm very, very ready for Game 2 and Game 3 to meet.
Hi, puppy. Who's your good lady? Who's your good lady? Hi. Hi, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, yes.
Are you having a good day? Are you having a good day as a good puppy in today's economy? Are you having a good day as a good puppy in today's economy? Oh, it's a tough economy to be a puppy. You lost your job as the executive of Puppy Corp. Who replaced you? Who replaced you as the executive of Puppy Corp? Who did? A human? That's illegal, Hazel. That's illegal. Humans commit financial crimes, not a puppy. You ran that company, right? You ran that company with your heart and soul, puppy. You did. We love this puppy. We love this puppy in this house. I hate you.
Hi, puppy. Ah! Oh, God!
I got clawed in the face. Thankfully, we cut your nails every weekend, so when you claw our face, we don't lose our little eyeballs. Our little human eyeballs that we used to see. Because if I can't see, I can't pet you. I can't pet you, you little pretty lady. Little pretty lady. Hubby, buy me a graphics card so I can play Warhammer 3? Sure, bro. I'm sure that's not hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Attack of the Warhound. It's too early for an IE announcement, but Games Workshop revealed there'd be some kind of Warhammer 3 announcement on June 1st for the Skulls event. Oh, that would be cool, Pious Skeleton. I did not hear that. Thank you. Who could ever replace Hazel at Puppy Corp? Apparently a filthy human. Yeah. You're such a good puppy. You're such a good puppy, and you've been so patient today as I do my stream, and your mother will be home in an hour, and we will give you all the love you deserve. You deserve all the love, but right now you deserve a peanut butter Kong. Alright, BRB, I'm going to get this puppy a peanut butter Kong. Looks like our people have not done their picks yet, so it's not like you're missing anything. Peanut butter Kong! Peanut butter Kong! Peanut butter Kong. Go, Hazel, go. Here you go. Here you go. Good lady. I'm back. Calm down. Vampire Counts versus Skaven. Let's go. Teufels internet is fixed, by the way. Played one game so far. Nice. Nice. You're hoping for the stream to go another hour or two? I have another hour, and then Grace will be home. And we were going to go run some errands. So, kind of need this to be done in an hour, and if it's not done... If it's not done by 5, which for me it's 4 p.m. right now. If it's not done by 5, I guess I'll just give NeckBet the win, so... Too bad. The finals is between Alfredino and Platypus, let's say. And I'm just like, well, out of time. NeckBet wins it. All right, see you later, everybody. Dude, Platypus Razel is the longest fight I have seen ever. Sneaking a peek, I can see they're on game 3, so Platypus did take a win. How do you know that? Well, because he's streaming it in R2K's chat right now. Don't worry, he's deafened. He's deafened, I can see it. There's no cheating. He's deafened, but I can see his stream, and the snapshot of it is he's playing Skaven on Iron Sand Desert. Interesting. A lot of Skaven today. We'll love to see it. I just did this matchup recently on Ladder. It's pretty fun. Skaven Vampire Counts is interesting. This is, okay, we talked a lot of shit about Gorich at the start of the day. I like Gorich in this matchup because the things I was talking to Cyrus about why I think Gorich sucks is he can get surrounded. He's very fragile. He's bad at clearing out infantry, which usually the Skaven don't need, so that's fine. He's weak to basic missile fire, and he's weak to anti-large duelist characters. Well, Vampire Counts don't have a lot of anti-large duelist characters. The only thing on their whole roster Gorich is afraid of is Blood Knights, and they don't usually take those versus Skaven, and even if they do, the build I have has a couple Poison Wind Globes that'll punish that shit, plus a Dreaded 13th on the Greyseer. And he is a good infantry duelist. Well, he's okay. He knocks stuff over a lot. But usually the Vampire Counts bring fucking double White King on foot, plus sometimes Vlad von Karstein. So actually, Gorge has targets, which is new. So it's a big roster that's not threatening to him, and you can actually take Gorge here. I take him with a Packmaster and a Brood Horror for constant slow healing rather than Throt. And then I take a Greyseer for leadership and summons. Couple Slingers for harassment, Skaven Slaves, a shitload of Rat Ogres, and then 1 or 2 Poison Wind Globes. And you run at the Vampire Counts, and it's pretty fun. Cheers, hubby. Have a flipping great stream. You too, Matthew Coffin. You go stream. I think. I got Skavened earlier. 1 minute I'm thinking, okay, next minute 10 Skaven units appear out of the mist in my backfield. Ooh, an Eshin Rush. I'm fragile and bad at clearing out infantry. Can I be a Legendary Lord? Sure, dude. Hell yeah. Platypus still fighting Razel somewhere out there. It looks like... Well, I won't say that. I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go. I wanted to talk about Random Nix's build, but obviously I can't do that. I wasn't going to say what's behind the blocker, but I was going to say something that you could infer what's behind the blocker, so never mind.
Never mind. Just never mind. I'm sorry I said words. Words are tricky.
Words are scary. Ha! Oh my god! Holy shit! Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. So there's my friend is hosting a D&D stream soon, and I had YouTube vote on my character, and the class was Paladin, and the race was Skaven, or Rattan, or whatever you want to call it. So there's my little character. He's a little rat paladin. Look at him go. I think we have a set date for that. It's like June 13th or something. We'll start it off, and I'll be posting more details about that as it comes up. But Wretch Braventail. Completely unrelated to Tretch Craventail. Completely unrelated. Look at him. He's so happy to be here. He's having a great day. These are my compatriots. I forget what he's supposed to do. And that's Sarah's character, who's currently in Mr. Overlord's campaign that he streams every so often. But yeah. Look at that little guy. Pay no attention to the man behind the blocker. Yeah. So what I was going to say is Random Nix is taking his usual build. That was the sentence that I was going to say. And then I'm like, wait, if Alfredino has played a Random Nix and is listening to the stream, I shouldn't say that. This build, like, fucking destroyed me once. Because it's like, I've talked to him about it, and I don't like the build. I don't think it's very good, personally. But it's all in that if you aren't ready to deal with it, you just lose. So it's kind of coin flippy, which I don't really like. But, yeah. The cannon's still okay in this matchup if the enemy can dodge with Vargulfs and Dragons. I like the Warp Lightning Cannons because they force your opponent to work harder than you, and then you can usually get some benefits elsewhere while they're busy dodging. Subscribe. Dude, when... Zypher, I don't know. And when Pious Skeleton... I haven't read a lot of Redwall. I read Mossflower like 2 or 3 times, but I understand the reference. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to answer the raw subscribe thing. When I showed Grace that for the first time, she thought I was actually trying to make like an epic roar, and I said, do you like it? And she kind of looked at me weird, and she was like, I would redo the roar. And I'm like, why? It's hilarious. And she's like, oh, okay, you weren't trying to be intimidating. Got it. For the Random Nix build, what he does is he has Clan Rat Spears, he has a shit ton of Storm Vermin with Halberds, including the Council Guard somewhere. No, it looks like he cut them, he just has Storm Vermin with Halberds. We do have the Blightscab's Plague Pack for AoE immune to Psychology. We have 2 Warp Grinders for AoE nets and for the damage over time. We have Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, a Chieftain to provide some AoE minus melee attack. He also has Armor Piercing Anti-Large. Oop, Shield of Distraction. And we do have a Grayseer of Ruin with Dreaded 13th, Warp Lightning, and Howling Warp Gale. Raw is the best bit. Thanks, I agree. Ikid Zap Zap is overkill, are they? Ikid Zap Zap is nice. I like it. I don't like it with this build. I get it. Like I said, I don't agree with Random Nix on this build. It beat me, so maybe I should just shut my fucking mouth. But I think it's too weak to a Mortis Engine. I think it's too weak to Dragon Breath attacks. I don't love it. Also, you're defending Ikid Zap Zap and Natty Boobo Sharpshooters with it. Though, actually, he usually puts Natty Boobos, yeah, outside of the box and runs around. But anyway, this is a box. This right here, this is a box. You people think I'm boxy. This is a fucking box. Living in a Stormvermin box. Yeah. The big point, though, is that if you have to micro your Lord to constantly dodge the Warp Lightning Cannon, the rest of your army is probably walking in a straight line wherever you told it to, and then the Jezzails or spells can punish them. Usually, again, with a skirmish build or with more firepower, that's more viable. For this one, really, the only thing you have to focus on is dodging the Warp Lightning Cannon. You'll be okay. Anyway, on the other side, we have double White King. They're both on horse, which makes them actually easier to hit. The foot White Kings are what I have the hardest time with. We have Black Knights, we have a Vargulf, a front line of zombies, a secondary line of Crypt Ghouls. Zombie. We have a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord up in the sky. We have more Crypt Ghouls, we have another Vargulf, and then we have Black Knights and the Dire Pack. Yeah. I think the Skaven are going to win it. I just, there's no Mortis Engine, and I think the Blood Dragon Lord is the only threat to this entire box, so I think the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters plus the Ikid Zap Zap are going to put him under too much pressure. I could be wrong, but I think the Skaven have a good shot here. If Hubby's getting stoked over a box, it's a box. Yeah. Razel did advance over Platypus after a hard-fought best of 3. So we might have ODM, 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 and Random Nix if Dactyr prevails over Mr. Teufel. Setsuma? I don't think Setsuma boxes that much. He really likes 6 skirmish cav and going wide. That's what I remember from his playstyle. Black Knights get shot, and I'll be right back. Just 1 second. Sorry. I thought I had maybe forgotten the dog outside, but I did not let her outside. But I just had a momentary horror where I was like, shit. But we're fine. Everything's fine. The dog was not outside. She was just chilling on the couch. Okay. Anyway. Natty Boobo sharpshooters are just shooting at crypt ghouls right now. It looks like they're shooting at the Blood Dragon Lord, but they actually didn't have orders to attack the Blood Dragon Lord. You can see all their shots were hitting the crypt ghouls, so it is fine. No, Mick Rightface, it's not that. I thought I forgot the dog. I thought I forgot the dog. I would rather miss 10 seconds of a game than let Hazel die. Anyway, overcasted. Well, that was odd. Okay. Overcasted or undercasted Gaze in the Gash, hard to tell, but it hits the already dead part of Ikid Zap Zap and then some of the crew. A little weird. It's not on the Vampire Counts player. That was just a weird cast. Natty Boobo sharpshooters are sitting outside the box. They're harassing down a bunch of Black Knights, but Black Knights are only 750 gold, so it's really not a big deal if they're getting shot. They're not taking too much damage. And Alfredino has been largely doing okay on this advancement. It looks like he's not taking too much damage, especially on his Blood Dragon Lord that's still full health. You're a horrible father. She wasn't outside. I just got paranoid that she might potentially be outside, so I came back. I made sure she was safe. All right, beautiful breath attack down the line, gonna hit. Looks like that Stormburn with Halberd is entirely deleted, and it didn't get as much damage onto the Clan Rats as I would have thought, plus a little Scab Scrape does poke them as well. This is one of the things that I thought could maybe hurt the box. The thing I took into this that lost really bad a long time ago, I think, was like Heinrich Kemmler double White King, and Kemmler just didn't have the stopping power, but Dragon Breath attacks definitely do. Quick little charge in from Alfredino. He really likes this kind of stuff, though these guys are all braced, so it's not like the last game where, you know, he did a shit ton of damage to those Eternal Guard. The Clan Rats with Spears take almost no damage, and they're going to be fine. Did anybody just see that, or am I on drugs? Anybody just see that happen up there? We need a Hazel cam? She's not in here right now. That's why I was worried she was outside. Blood Dragon Lord lands on top of the Grey Sea of Ruin. He hasn't popped any of his abilities yet. I don't see a Helm of Discord or anything. The Vargulf is sitting here. Has Seismic Stare, can't move. This guy doesn't care. Crypt Ghouls are now just getting to the front line, but it looks like they're going to get sent in piecemeal, as the Vampire Counts don't really want to engage in a blob with 2 Warp Grinders that can drain them down, and that sort of thing. Another cycle charge in on the Black Knights. It sounds like Dactor has advanced. Dactor, if you're still in the chat, get a lobby up with Razel, but it's looking like this is going to be a 2-0, and I'll be right there. And if we go on to a game 3, then you can start. But you can get a lobby up, do your picks and bans and armies and shit, and I'll be right there, buddy. The shooting isn't doing jack. Yeah, it is having a bit of a hard time. The Warp Lightning Cannon has been trying to track the Blood Dragon Lord, but it really hasn't been firing most of the game. On the advance, it didn't even look like the Blood Dragon Lord had to dodge too much. It just looked like it wasn't firing. There was a summon somewhere. It looks like the Dreaded 13th was thrown out on this end. It killed a lot of the Black Knights, and now the Halberds are surrounding the White King, which is on a horse, so the Halberds will do good work to it there. Meanwhile, the Skaven box is falling apart. We see lots of routing signals, which will not get any better for them as they start to leave, because there's a million dogs, and there be horses out here. There be horses out here. Natty Boobo sharpshooters in the Ikid Zap Zap are somehow still holding on. They're not shooting a whole bunch, but they're holding on in here. And the Blood Dragon Lord even takes a dive, takes a lot of damage on the approach from the Ikid Zap Zap, and now he's sitting some Halberds and a Chieftain on his side. Seismic Snare does net him down, and his support tries to come in, but they're snared as soon as they come in, as well, so they can't get very far at all. Helm of Discord finally is thrown out, lowering all the melee attack of the Skaven by quite a lot. You can see the Stormburn with Halberds rely heavily on their anti-large because they're already down to 1 melee attack just from 1 debuff. And the Vampire Counts will pull away after the Seismic Stare wears off. Did they actually? Wow. A little slip up from Alfredino. He did not chase off the things that were leaving the box. It looks like now the Dire Pack are going to go after some of those guys, but the Stormverm with Halberd is allowed to come back. Now Iked Zap Zap has been doing really good damage to the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord this entire time, reducing a lot of his cooldowns, and they're just having the hardest time getting rid of this little thing. Iked Zap Zap crew is taken off of their mounts. You can see now that they have 33. And again, you see the weird bug where I saw like 10 or 20 Iked Zap Zaps. Very strange. Okay, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord takes back off. We have another Dreaded 13th coming in, and it might just wreck down the Dire Pack. It is a pretty good cast, does a lot of damage, as a breath attack from the Dragon Lord hits very few halberds and hits mostly his own troops. Blood Dragon Lord charges back in. Misses the charge, and it looks like he's trying to go after a Chieftain, but can't quite do it. Quick little Warp Lightning is going to do a ton of damage to the Black Knights that are piled up there. Very good stuff. Skaven are scrapping their way back into this game. Natty Boober Sharpshooters have routed off. Looks like... Oh, Blightscap's Plague Pack are still very healthy. Somehow the White Kings have not been able to hit them with a good, solid Scab Scrape that would take them out of this game. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord needs to throw some healing on himself if he can, and probably needs to stop diving in just for a little bit. He needs to stay out of the fight for a hot second. Unholy Clamor is keeping Iked Zap Zap in this fight. They're down to... They still have... Wait. That thing said they had 3 out of 3 models, but they definitely don't. I remember one of them being broken. Iked Zap Zap finally breaks. That might be the winning point for the Vampire Counts in this game. If the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord can get back up in the sky, now he will finally stop getting reset on his stuff. He can throw some healing at himself and get some things done. Storm Vermin with Halberd Summon is soon to fade away. That entire full health unit is about to disintegrate in front of your eyes, so don't get too attached to it. And it is gone. Without it, most of the Skaven are actually routing. We still have a Chieftain and a Grey Seer doing well. Other than that, we have some Stormverm with Halberds that are not having the best time. And Natty Boobos technically rallies? What the fuck? Technically rallies just to rout again as some Vargulfs run off into the distance, trying to chase them away. They may want to come back and get some healing from their lord or something, because he's currently crumbling on his own. Crumbling with that much HP left is very, very silly. Vargulfs have stupid low leadership. I really don't like Skaven. I don't think... not Skaven. I really don't... Yes, I really don't like Skaven. I really don't like Vargulfs. I don't think they're particularly good. They're necessary, but they're not very good as a monster. Helm of Discord is thrown down as the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is netted above the entire army. He just debuffs them while he's up there for giggles. Iked Zap Zap is coming back. This Vargulf needs to return to the fight because he's just crumbling off in the distance. Maybe if he gets close enough to his lord and gets the charge bonus on running in, maybe then he can stop fucking crumbling, but right now it's just looking really brutal. A Bound Scorch from the Grey Seer is going to nuke down some zombies and Crypt Ghouls, it looks like. Another Seismic Snare from these Warp Grinders that have somehow not routed off. The Vargulf is back in the fight, and his leadership goes positive as a big overcasted invocation that heck hurts the Blood Dragon Lord more than anybody else. He thinks about landing, but decides against it for a very long time for some reason. I don't know. Blood Dragon Lord quickly gets behind the enemies, but he is for some reason having an extremely hard time landing a hit. He also misses the Chieftain, and he's going to just waltz right past that one. More and more Skaven are routing. If Blightscap's Plague Pack rout, that's going to be it. Chieftain is also routing. That is a huge loss. The Skaven, pretty much the only unit still fighting, is Blightscap's Plague Pack and the Grey Seer. Somehow Iked Zap Zap crew try to get back onto their mounts. Barely hanging on leadership-wise, but they will get back on their mounts. And a White King on a horse can chase down the Chieftain. There's no way that he comes back in this fight, unless some stupid bullshittery happens, which would never happen in Warhammer 2. Come on. You're crazy, Vargulfs are insane. There's a lot of things about them that aren't insane, like their leadership. And the fact that in your Bone Giant game, one missed 4 attacks in a row on a Bone Giant, it was charging. That was silly. Vargulfs are stupid. I don't like them. They're poo-poo. Crypt Ghouls are fighting. Blood Dragon Lord is still fighting with Blightscap's Plague Pack somehow staying in this fight. Vargulf off in the distance is trying to chase some stuff while regenning up a little bit. But it's starting to crumble on its own while chasing units. It was chasing routing units and it started to crumble, Dactor. Come on! Warp Lightning is going to nuke down this Crypt Ghoul. Goodbye, Crypt Ghoul. It was nice knowing you. And they're gone. Blightscap's take a nasty charge, and they are probably going to rout soon. Stormverm with Halberds are all hanging on somehow, but the chain route of Blightscap's Plague Pack might start here. How the literal hell are they alive? I don't know. Both Vargulfs have rallied. leadership-wise. They're doing okay. Shooting can be juked. You can just drop zombies in the middle of the box. True. Alfredino really should have focused breath on blight scabs or AoE ITP. Constantly stops VC triggering terrorize early. Yeah, and the scabs crates also didn't hit them, but a very tense game, and Random Mix's dreaded box was defeated, but it hung on for a very long time. Alfredino with pretty good damage values. White Kings are getting up in the thousands today, which is nice. I mean, they were always strong, but normally they don't get that much value. They're just important centerpieces in an army. Vargulfs did okay. And GG's to Random Mix. You can enjoy your wine now. He had some wine he was eyeing, but he couldn't because he had to play some games. So, you earned it, my friend. You earned it. I love Random Mix in this house. Some of his builds, especially his Zinch versus Corn build, makes me want to commit seppuku, but he do be good. He do be good. So we have Dactyr and Razel, and then a final best of 3. Let's go. I have to go in... Well, I don't have to go in 40 minutes, but I would like to go... Oh, shit. Actually, yeah, I do kind of have to go, don't I? Okay. Well, we'll just try to power through this, eh? Alright, that's the wrong ODM. Dactyr. And then ODM Razel. Shit. Shit. What to do? What to do? When does the thing close? When does the thing close? Delay finals for another day? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Let's focus on this best of 3 now while I figure out what my schedule is going to be. Minnesota... Dactyr, where is Razel? Razel told me, don't worry. We'll see. If you have to go before we end, don't we all agree that I win by default? I mean, we did agree. We agreed. Primaries that'll take place on August 9th, 2022. Okay. I know they're trying to do good work, but I love how the Minnesota page on Ballotopedia for the primaries shows the Maryland stuff. It shows the Maryland date and the Maryland candidates, which is pretty great. Okay. No. It is so hard to find fucking information on when you're supposed to vote for shit. And people wonder, like, why don't more people vote? Why do we have such low turnout? I am actively looking for the times I can fucking vote today, because Grace told me we're supposed to vote today. Like, I don't know where she got this shit, and I can't find the right information, and one of the websites dedicated to tell me where to find that information has the wrong fucking state labeled as Minnesota. That's odd. That's strange, isn't it? Hello? What happened? That's odd. I think we're back. I think I had an internet blip. Because I lost the stream for a second. I'm sorry. How the fuck? Get involved. Oh, wow. Your site is very helpful in telling me how to give you money, not so helpful in telling me how to vote. Thank you, Democratic Party of Minnesota. Dude, just tell me where to vote. Oh my fucking god.
Why don't you guys vote more? We just need to vote more.
I listen to... Real talk for a second. If you're in the United States, the shit pisses me off. That, like... I listen to about 5 or 6 economics too, but political podcasts, economic podcasts are my interest. So I listen to a bunch of political podcasts. I pay attention to politics and that kind of thing. I find it very interesting. If I can't fucking figure out where to goddamn vote, how is anybody else? Like, how is someone who has, like, kids and shit, and they have a job, and they come home, and they're like, oh, I have to vote today? Can I do that quick? And I'm listening to several podcasts a week, and I am actively searching for where the fuck to vote on the day I'm supposed to vote, and I can't find this information anywhere, or the information is wrong, or has the wrong state, and all this shit. And then people are like, why don't you just go vote? Why don't you think we fucking vote? Because you guys suck at this. Anyway. Move to a swing state, I'm sure they have correct dates to vote. Yeah. Norska's up. Are you still with us? You may just have to get some de-aging serum. I see. We get mail when we have to vote? Yeah, dude. We got to vote that way for the 2020 election because of COVID and stuff, but I don't think that's probably going to happen again. Because it was a big political nightmare in this country that I don't want to say for some reason, because that's just, I think you should be able to vote through the mail, but there are legitimate arguments on the other side about why you shouldn't. I understand that. But like my view is that you should just be able to vote through the mail. But some people are concerned about like security and stuff, and like it's a legitimate concern. Not every concern is legitimate. Like, just because, there's someone out there that's like, the government aliens stole our election and Trump actually won. Yeah, that guy's kind of a fucking nut job. He doesn't have a serious concern. But there are people who had legitimate things they were told by their news sources. And that's like a whole problem worldwide right now, is that where you get your news, you get different information. The only way to really know what the fuck's going on is being in a place where a thing happened. You know what I mean? And it's really annoying. Because I've caught myself a few times. I get a lot of my news from like Reddit. And I go into it aware that I'm getting my news from a biased source. But you can still sometimes run across an article that looks super legit and then later find out it was complete bullshit. And that's kind of like, it shakes me. I don't know about you. Everybody's different, right? But to me, it shakes me that I believed a lie. So then I try to be very careful about what news I actually believe. It's hard. It's hard right now to get real news. Like, and again, I'm not trying to say that as like, all news is fake news. It's just like, some news is fake news. Some news is real news. And figuring out which is a lot fucking harder than it should be. Make a YouTube poll who you should vote for. Oh, that seems good. That seems like a good idea. You get the ballots, you can look at eligible parties and date, and you get your pass, your voting pass. Get your news from YouTube. It's way superior to blah blah. Get my news from the G4 network. News from Reddit, huh? What's the economic state of Big Chungus land? Dude, watching Reddit... Okay, we'll focus on the game. I gotta finish this really quick. Watching Reddit, man, was hilarious because everyone was like, NFTs are so good, bro. My crypto stuff is going so great. NFTs and crypto is all it is. And if you're not investing in the stock market, you're a fucking idiot. And when the stock market's on its way up, Reddit was just full of Wall Street bets. Wall Street bets was always on the front page. All these people are just like, I know so much stuff. I'm so smart. And all these things. And it's like, oh God, I'm so sick of this being in my feed. And then the stock market crashes. People found out that NFTs are worthless. Just like pictures on the internet aren't worth millions and millions of dollars. And the cryptos markets kind of crashed. I don't think crypto's like a bad thing. It's just markets rise, markets fall. That's kind of the thing. And I was like, finally, I won't have to hear about it. Nope, all of Reddit is now, yo, I lost this much money. Yo, I lost this much money. And I'm sitting here like, can I not have Wall Street shit all over? Because I don't know. Economics is interesting to me. I listen to a lot of stuff about it. What bothers me is how tied people are to the stock market. And it's like, Apple stocks are really high. The economy's doing great. And it's like, how much do employees make? Like, and I'm not trying to just be a liberal cuck. I'm saying, like, how much do employees make? Like, where's that money going? Oh, well, they immediately bought it back in, like, bonds and stuff. But the economy's doing great. I'm like, okay, so there's not a lot of real money out there. People aren't buying real products and productivity's going down. But the stock market, that doesn't matter. And then a couple months later, Apple's tanking and whatever. And it's like, oh, weird. That was speculation spending, not based on real things. Like Tesla. Dude, Tesla is worth way too much in the stock market for how little they've actually done. Anyway, I digress. That's what I find interesting, not what you find interesting. You find Marauder Horseman Kite interesting. Transition. Wow. Oh my god, he's amazing. Tim Pool might be a fence center, but he's a good news show. I'll check that out, Cyrus. I will check that out. For Norska, we have Marauder Horsemen, Horse Masters, and Horsemen. So it looks like we have the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse again. Yes, we do, with 2 Horse Masters guiding them around. We have some Chaos Warhounds to escort them. We have 2 Manticores, Wulfric the Wanderer, Premier Balefiend of Shadows yet again, and we have some Marauders with some Berserkers backing them up. For the Dark Elves of Razel, it looks like we have 2 or 3 Shades. There's the third. 2 or 3 Shades. They're all just basic Shades. They're not great swords or anything like that. We have some Cold One Knights, double Manticore. We do have Marathi in the sky, Bleak Swords and Dread Spears as a front line with some Dark Riders to provide support. Now, Marathi is getting in a fight with a Norskin Manticore, and her own Manticores are nowhere to be found. One actually does come in now and gets a nasty side shot onto that Feral Manticore. And he's already down to half health and getting just slaughtered in that melee combat all alone. None of the Marauder Horsemen are nearby to support him up there. Dark Elves are dying. Burning Head. Ooh, that's not Burning Head. That's a Pendulum. Pendulum does pretty decent damage to Shades. Maybe. All news is someone else's propaganda. Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to take sides. I'll talk more about that after the game, but I'm not trying to take sides. I'm just saying the world is a confusing place right now where even if you're seeking information, like I literally just was on stream, it's hard to find the information, and it's like, all right, this is cool. Feral Manticores, both of them rampaging, both of them fighting, but the red Manticore has Berserkers coming in to kick its ass, so I'm guessing the blue one will win over there. Meanwhile, Marathi and her very healthy Manticore beat the other Norskin one quite handedly. Cold One Knights are going to catch Marauder Horsemen standing still, and their anti-large should help them make quick work of the Marauder Horsemen, and they do start doing a lot of damage. But they're slow, they're Kobolds, they will have a hard time catching up to the Horsemen. The Shades have been utterly annihilated by Norska, and it looks like they're running away in a sick diagonal pendulum cast is going to catch some of the Shades, not doing very much damage, but I like the style points on it, and a quick Soul Stealer from the Dark Elves is going to hit about 2 to 3 units, but the Norskins are far ahead on the balance of power, and I think they are probably going to win yet another game as the Shades get attacked in the rear by Marauder Horsemen. Shades might win that melee combat normally, but not with Wulfric plowing into the back here, and we're going to lose some more Shades. Marathi is somewhere. She's over here fighting another Manticore that a Doom Bolt is going to come in from her Wand of Koraidon and nuke that poor boy down. And meanwhile, another Manticore is trying to kill the Premier Balefiend of Shadow. Dark Elves are pulling back in on the balance power a little bit as Cold One Knights are trying to get onto Wulfric. If they can get onto him, they'll do great damage with their armor-piercing anti-large and multi-models. They can do excellent work there. And Wulfric is currently surrounded by light infantry. Now a rear charge from heavy Cold One Knights might do a little bit of damage, but they're not usually the best on the charge, and they do kind of just limp in there for no reason and stop. Hey, Coops. How you doing? Norska has plenty of skirmish calves still alive, though some of them are getting caught as we talk about them. Marathi and her Manticore that are still alive do need to come and fight soon, and it looks like Berserkers are chopping through Bleak Swords over there. We have some Shades rallying as well, and I think there needs to be a concerted effort to snipe out Wulfric is probably what we're going to have to do here. It's not a liberal position, it's just a pro-worker position. Yeah, there's that. One of my things that just bothers me about economics is like, stock market numbers big, and I'm like, stock market is educated gambling. That's all it is. Like, it doesn't indicate real health. Like, in case in point was that GameStop thing, where just a bunch of people bought GameStop stock and drove it up when GameStop was actually doing shit for actual like product evaluation and like actual sales were down, but just a bunch of Redditors bought it. And it's like, yeah, the stock market's like a betting thing. Stop using it as like our economic basis for everything. It bothers me when like CNN is like, the stock market's up and therefore economy good. And it's like, no, not how that works at all. Shut up. Anyway. So, Marauder's getting crumped by cavalry. It looks like Razel is trying to pull away. He's trying to do some cycle charging and a little bit of kiting with shades, but some of his Dark Riders are getting caught up. He does have some Cold One Knights still on the flanks, and it looks like the Norscan force is getting a little thin, and this might be the last gambit quick. Might want to charge in with the Cold One Knights, surround Wulfric here and now, get Marathi into combat with him as well, and just focus on gooning out the big boy on his big boy Mammoth. It does not look like that's what we're going to get, as a Wand of Crydon comes in for the Familiar Balefiend, and Wulfric is not counter-dueling this Manticore, so it's just chomping on his butt for free. And that's going to be a really good Wand of Crydon as more and more infantry pile up around the Familiar Balefiend. They all get hit with it. If there's a follow-up Soul Stealer on that blob, that would be really good. Shades are going to be chased off by Marauder Horsemen. I do think this is a mistake. Personally, I think these Cold One Knights need to be involved in this fight over here, and so does Marathi. They're not really going to catch these Marauder Horsemen, and who cares? The Marauder Horsemen that are out of ammo. These Shades are fucked. Like, just leave them. They're dead. I don't know. I don't like that use of resources, because now your Manticore is getting fucked up without you there. I do think that was a pretty big mistake, unfortunately, for the Dark Elves. We do have one more Soul Stealer that'll hit. It is going to hit 4 units, which is pretty good. That is nice, but I don't think the Dark Elves have the stopping power left. Dactor, why? Are you saying why did Dactor bring 6 Skirmish Cav? Because it's pretty good. Netflix lost 1% of their subtotal, and that somehow stank their talks by like 80%. Why is everything growth-based? Yeah, that's another thing, is actually, as I listen to like some economic podcasts, what bothers me is that they're like, oh, this company that's like the best in the world for this thing and makes tons of money won't make even more money next year. They'll just make the same amount of crazy money they did. Sell, sell, sell. This company's doing terribly. And it's like, what? They're making the most money out of, like, let's say, I'm making this up, like Hershey's. Like, oh wow, everyone on the planet is buying Hershey's chocolate. Well, next year there's no one else on the planet to buy any, so they won't sell more than they did this year. So they're a shit company. It's like, what? they're the biggest. They're selling the most chocolate. They're winning at making chocolate. It just drives me nuts. I can't help people lose thousands in crypto. I lost £5 in stocks and wanted to riot in front of Wall Street. Yeah. My dad does a lot of that, like, investing. He's not an investment banker. He's a computer. He owns a computer repair business around my hometown. But he likes to do a lot of that stock trading in his own time and stuff. And he's trying to talk to me about some of it, but there are things where it's just like, I'm just trying to tell him that it's like essentially gambling. He's like, no, it's like, you know, you can do all these things to research and stuff. I'm like, yeah, but you still don't know what's going to happen. Like, if some drunk teenager buys all the stock of this company that's tanking, then maybe they'll turn it around. I don't know. Like, you don't know. Capitalism is oriented around continual growth and expansion. Stagnating at a reasonable profit level is considered unhealthy. It's true. Matthew Coffin, you win again. Not like that's anything new. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. The High Elves, Wood Elves, and Dark Elves have all lost today. Wulfric ended up with a pretty sick 2,700 value. Berserkers did okay. Marauder Horsemen did okay. Marauder Horse Masters did all right. Not great value. And the 2 Manticores actually did okay, considering I thought they both got punked pretty hard. Marathi's side, her Manticores didn't do as well? Really? Wow, I thought they did more than the Norscan Manticores, but the Norscan Manticores got more value. That's very strange. Cold One Knights did all right. Dark Riders actually did pretty great. Shades, unfortunately, got murdered right away, and Marathi did just fine. See, no one has lost his Norsca so far. You're just bad, human boy. Fucking got him. I'm hoping I'm not going to say your name wrong, but I'm going to try it. Dung Tran. Spitting facts out here. Hummus boy bad, Norsca good. And that'll be Dactor going up 1-0. Let's do this. They only made $5 million in profit. We thought they'd make $5.4 billion, so stock tanked. It's all rich man's trick. Norsca, GG, gonna invest in a thing. Norsca will be confirmed. You notice it looked literally the exact same build as High Elves earlier. This is just an anti-elf build. Yes. Same goes for games. OG's COD only sold in 10 million copies this year instead of 11. all the MTX doesn't even count. Let's triple the amount. Yeah, dude. Greven, again, I hope I'm saying your name right. That is very true. What was that game? Actually, it might have just been COD. Yeah, I think you're referring to a real story, unless I'm mistaken. But there was something on, like, Angry Joe's show, because I listened to them for, like, video game news. They were talking about, like, the stocks of a company tanked, and they still sold, like, the most models of anything that year. But they just expected to sell a lot more, and it's like, no, there's not that many more. There's not that many more first-person shooter players that are out there. They're all already buying your game. See, now only Razel needs to play Norska. Oh, maybe Razel will bust out Norska and win a game. Anyway, there was something during the stream I was going to talk about, but I said I'd talk about it after the game. I forgot what it was. I remember... I have a story. All right, this isn't a political story. This is not a political story, but this is how I lost my faith in CNN as a news organization. All right, and I promise this isn't political. Just bear with me. Back when Game of Thrones didn't suck ass. And I know there's like one person out there that loved how Game of Thrones ended, and I hope they're not in this chat. But before Game of Thrones sucked ass, good night, Hank Cyrus, there was still some mystery. And it was, you know, the news started picking up that Game of Thrones was like this huge thing. And for some reason, the news was covering Game of Thrones. Right. Game of Thrones episode comes out Sunday night. I didn't get to watch it right on time. I tend to pick up these things a little later. You know, I was behind on the news. I opened my phone to the CNN app before I knew that CNN is bad at news. Open my phone on CNN. Now remember, on the day after the Game of Thrones episode aired, people had probably died somewhere. There was probably some political corruption somewhere. Hell, there was probably a plant explosion. Knowing America, there might have been a public shooting somewhere. There were wars going on. There were people starving all over the planet, right? There's shit happening. There is shit happening in the world. I open CNN, and the front page is a picture of Arya Stark stabbing the Night King, and the headline is, "You'll never guess who actually gets to kill the Night King." And I'm like, will I get to guess? Because now I know he's dead, and the picture associated with the clickbait shows me Arya killing him. So one, bad clickbait because it showed me the answer. Two, fuck you in particular. I had 9 whole hours to watch the episode before you fucking ruined it. And three, how is that news? How is that news? Somebody's dead somewhere. Cover that shit. Don't fucking tell me the spoilers for something that's been built up for like 5 seasons, you assholes. Fuck you. And ever since then, I've never looked at CNN again. I was so pissed. In case you didn't know, I was so pissed. Anyway. Name said pretty correct. Yeah, I faintly remember a COD story like that, but I was just making an example, to be honest. Gotcha. ACMA with the Angry Army? Hell yeah. Jumped Shark Season 2. How did Game of Thrones end? Daenerys turned into a Nazi kind of out of nowhere. I loved how it ended. 6. Definitely watched it. 5. That's a fact. Never forget what they did to Dorne and Stannis. What did they do to Dorne? Stannis, I remember. I don't remember what they did to Dorne. I don't know. And when I say out of nowhere, like Daenerys turning into a Nazi, some people were like, oh, but she was cruel to those slave owners. Yeah, but that's a little different, isn't it? Like, she didn't like that the owners were... And this is just my opinion, all right? Everything else I said up until this point is like a fact. It's an undeniable event that happened. Now I'm moving on to my opinion that I don't think Daenerys showed signs of being a Nazi, because she's like, I have an army of slaves, and anyone who used to hold slaves, I will burn to a crisp and torture them. And people are like, that's mean. That's a mean thing that you're doing. It is a mean thing that she's doing, but she's only done it to people she thinks deserves it. And now whether or not you think the punishment is worth it or not is a different conversation altogether. But then to randomly get to King's Landing, a city full of people, and be like, innocent people. Also, a couple people that have wronged me. Kill all of them. And it's like, well, when she was in the desert, gathering her slave army. It wasn't like she burned the cities to the ground after she got her slaves. She only killed the people directly involved. And then the rest of the city was under her pretty shitty leadership. Like, okay. But then to suddenly do a turn and like, nah, she's just gonna kill them all. Nah, she's just killing them all. Blank slate. And it's like, that was a bit of a turn for me. A little bit weird for old hummus boy. The old hummus boy. That's just me, though. You can think however you want of it. How's the turning is going? This is the semifinals. Alfredino awaits in the finals for whoever wins. If you think that's a bad ending, you should have seen the Warhammer Fantasy ending. I know of the Warhammer Fantasy ending, and that is also a treat. Oberon's bastards and mistress killed off the entire royal family to avenge the death of Oberon, who was the younger brother to the king and the uncle to his children. Oh, and they completely ended Dornish master plan for the books because of that. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, didn't those two guys, the guys that were like writing a lot of the stuff for the show, didn't they fuck off to go do Star Wars, and then like that project didn't pan out, so Game of Thrones was rushed for literally no reason? I don't know. Anyway, we have a big one. I like how Dactor said it's going to be a quick 2-0 for Razel, and then when he wins one, he's like, all right, I'll throw it back with the big one. Classic. Beastmen are easier to talk about for a second here. Ungor Spearman herds, some Ungor raiders. We have a Brachyman of Wilds with Viletide and Traderkin. We have some Centaurs. We get Torox the Brass Bull for the first time today, double Manticore, a bunch of Centaurs, and some dogs. There's Torox, first time today, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy him. Some Centaurs are throwing X's too. It just looks like one of them. On the other side, we have 4 Skirmish Cav. It looks like 3 Spiders, 1 Wolf Rider. In the back, we have 2 Spider Cav without any arrows. We have Skarsnik in the trees, along with a giant River Troll Hag. Savage Orc Biggins all around the OG Debiggin. Meant to say the Prince of Dorne. Oh, okay, I see. Makes sense that Danny went mad. It didn't make sense how they did it. That's fair. I could accept that. I thought it was a very sudden. Didn't watch a minute of Season 8 because Season 7 was so predictable. It was clear they were just trying to rush through things and get things done. Norska's so OP, they even won in the lore. To be fair, Norska Dark Elves is good for Norsa. Dactor with his beloved Biggin. Alright. I don't know about this greenskin build. I've tried to use the Biggin multiple times with Night Goblin Warboss, so you rampage Torox and you try to beat his ass. The problem is the same problem I ran into with my Vampire Counts matchup we saw on stream last time we played a Warhammer 2 tournament, in that the Biggin just like missed a bunch of attacks onto Helm and Gorst for no reason, and then also wouldn't swing in other times. Does Dactor ever not play using the Biggin as greenskins? I don't know, man. I just work here. Beastmen are advancing. They might be trying to get a little pick off onto these Spider Rider archers, but it does look like the greenskin player Dactor is going to realize that and run away. Razel's main, I think, is Beastman. I know he did the interview for me for Beastman, but I forget if it's actually his main or if he plays something else, but I think it's Beastman. I mean, his picture is a Gorgon, for God's sake. In Discord. I think it's a Gorgon. That it looks damn similar. Spider Riders are tickling the front line a little bit as they run away. 5 had good moments, but it's where they started really running things and neglecting young Griff's story. 6 was pretty bad, though, I agree. I'd have to rewatch to remember all the breakpoints you guys are talking about. Because I just kind of remember the events. I don't remember exactly where they landed. We have a long-range Spirit Leech, Overcast, under the Centaurs with throwing axes. I guess that's a pretty solid call-out, Dactor realizing there's only one throwing axe can really damage his Debiggin, but most of the Ungor Raiders were hidden until now. Ungor Raiders are going to be big chads in this matchup. There's Skirmish Cav that doesn't want to get shot. There's Savage Orc Biggins that really don't want to get shot. The Biggin doesn't want to get shot. Like, nothing here has shields and nothing here is cheap. So these three Ungor Raiders are actually going to have to carry this game for the Beastmen, and they'll have to be kept safe. on their side. Spider Riders poking around, but they will go into melee at the drop of a hat if they can get onto the Ungle Raiders. These Centaurs from Razel need to pull back and defend these archers here that are left on their own. They can't afford to let them get charged. A lot of the cav is going for a cav flank overload, but really I do think you should just be going with a pike and shot style of play, which is weird to say about the Beastmen, but you just have uncontested archer fire that should be carrying this game for you, not this flank overload that's running into Savage Orc Biggins. Savage Orc Biggins are just going to crump straight through any Centaurs that come into contact with them. Now, they are trying to shut down the skirmish cav, I understand that, but I feel like they're running into some problems when they do so. Y'all forgot Hoarder and the Light of the Seven. 5 still had some book content in it. By the time they got to 6, they're their own just general thing. Alright, what is this? Overcasted Traderkin on a big blob of units, though 2 of the blobs is Savage Orc Biggins. They won't take that much damage from the Traderkin, and the other 2 are single entities, and they take no damage from the Traderkin. Throwing axes are nearby, able to throw at the Biggin, doing great damage to him already, and some of the Ungor Raiders are still firing. Thankfully, these Ungor Raiders are tanky-ish compared to the squishy skirmish cab of the Greenskins that couldn't really hurt them without Wah being popped, and now Centaurs from Razel are cleaning up the backline very, very nicely. The Biggin does slap down the Brave Shaman of Wilds, who is going to run away, but he's getting pelted with throwing axes as he does so. Torox is running around, killing anything he wants to. Right now he's surrounded by Savage Orc Biggins, though, so he will have to get moving. Meanwhile, more dogs are fighting Savage Orc Biggins. Archers are firing at Savage Orc Biggins everywhere. I don't mind this. I'd like them to either focus down the Biggin or to take out all the Savage Orc Biggins. Is anything here not a Biggin? But that's good damage regardless. A lot of throwing axes getting chucked over there. Manticore is doing their best to tear out off these things. It looks like Razel has realized his key to victory is these 3 archers staying up rather than a cav overload. As you can see, anywhere his cav did actually engage, it looks like they're getting run off the map. So he used what's left of his cavalry to just defend his backline. I agree with this. I think this is very smart. Meanwhile, Torox is in a little too deep. And he's even fermented fungi, so now he's rampaged with lower melee defense, and he's stuck in the middle there. The Biggin is having a hard time turning around and swinging, but he does finally swing, doing a lot of damage to Torox. And Torox unrampages, pops Brass Body, and he's going to stay in here with Mither popped on him. I don't think that that is a great idea. You should probably run away as fast as you can. Another Traderkin is coming in, but it's only going to hit 1 Savage Orc Biggin. All the rest of these are single entities, and they take almost no damage from it, as Torox is going to start to run away. The archers of the Beastmen have been kept safe. They are very good to go. They need to turn and start firing. Torox is leaving the engagement, which I agree with 100%, and Dog's going to chase off a couple more Savage Orc Biggins off the map. Very, very good. Throwing axes get a nasty charge out of these Savage Orc Biggins, along with a Manticore charge. And that is nice. What is in here? It's some Centaurs trying to stop the bad Greenskins from chasing down their Beastmen friends. Very nice. Beastmen are pulling ahead on the balance of power. The last of the Savage Orcs. Nope, there's one more. Second to last Savage Orc is routed off the map, and that means a lot of the infantry support for the Greenskins is gone. Dogs return from their outing. Gonna chase more things. I think we're going to a game 3. Basically, they cut out a ton of book content. Stannis was the one leading the revolt against the Boltons in the Wind of Winter. Dorne had a plan to avenge Oberyn and claim the throne. Interesting. That Gobble Warboss is better, Warzeg on foot, and Grimgor are better yet, but Grom's solid. Yeah, but there's Skarsnik here, not Grom. River Troll Hag's overextending a bit. Torox is going to take the fight against her. He has fire damage, so he does extra damage to her. And he's also a brutal melee combatant. You can see he's kicking her ass. The Biggin's trying to walk in here with Skarsnik. Torox and the Manticore are both going to try to fuck off. Nice fly there from the Manticore. Its Mither was about to get it screwed over, but it does fly away. Another Rampage is cast onto Torox, but since he hasn't taken damage recently, I don't think it's going to proc anytime soon. Archers are turning and firing at the Biggin, doing nice little poke damage, but one of the Ungor Raiders is actually caught up in this mess, and it will get pinned in by some skirmish cav. Maybe the Biggin can get 1 or 2 good claps and kill him. I want Throg. I wish I'd known about the tourney. I pinged everybody! I pinged everybody! I pinged! The hag got crunked. Yep. Yep, yep. And I do think this is the big over. Not the small over, not the medium over, the big over. Butcherbird, all you're missing is an ODM pyramid scheme. We have Alfredino in the finals, and we have Razel versus Dactyr in the semifinals. So it's all a scheme, bro. Rogue Idol still a meme pick? Mostly, yeah. I've been trying to make it work. It's got some validity to it, but overall it is just mostly a meme. It has a really hard time doing anything useful. Unfortunately. Torox is fighting it along with a Manticore. Looks like they're just trying to take it down once and for all, and if he routes, army losses should set in, because he's such a big part of what's going on here. Quick archer fire is going to take him down. He routes, and army losses hits. GG. 1-1. 1-1. Skarsnik at 650. River Troll Hag at 900, 600, 800, 800, 300, 500, 100, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200. 2,800 for Zipigon. So it got good value that game. That's nice. Thorax, 1,200, 1,000 on the Traderkin caster. Archers did great. Centaurs did fine. Throwing axes did great. Dogs did their job. And Manticores struggled a little bit. GG. They just cut a lot. You know, some of those plot points. Just meant I didn't yet read books and didn't want to meddle with what I don't know well. I see. So this is the semifinal. I have no idea how we're going to do the finals. I don't know. Come with me. Come with me to the left screen and I'll show you my dilemma. We have Dactyr versus Razel. This is the last game no matter what. And then we have Alfredino versus the winner. And Grace is going to be home in 6 minutes if you see my bottom left corner. And then we have to go places. And I don't know how that's going to work. I'm scared. Oh no! Yes. Oh yeah, Dactyr's been using the faction wheel this whole time. Also forgot to mention that. The books are good. Just check them out. Maybe George will finish the series before he dies. Pious Skeleton, I heard he was planning like another new series and not writing his damn books. I don't know. We'll see if he does. There's my dead body left behind by Dactyr. Victor, let me try and guess who you are. Are you Mr. Teufel? If you're Mr. Teufel, I was talking you up. I was talking a big game on your behalf. Okay. Sorry, just checking my work computer to see if I had any emails and then turning it off for the day. You got Brett? Oh no. Bretonia versus Warriors of Chaos. This is usually quite Warriors of Chaos favored. What am I doing tomorrow? Tiberian Sun stream? Okay, yeah. Dactyr, please co-cast the Human Boy ones. We could organize that in the future. You had talked about it before. I'm gonna message Dr. Dino. Dactyr? Yeah, I used to cast with Anticity. I think I remember, but I wasn't a big game. Rather Massacre with Techless Rage at the end. Yeah, but your other games are pretty good. The Pious Skeleton, maybe Winds of Winter. Yeah. Nah, dude. Mr. Teufel, you're great. You are great. Never give up on yourself. 100% confidence. Maximum effort. Alfredino. Okay. Sorry. Brett, Chaos is not seriously disfavored. I found it pretty hard if Chaos just spams a bunch of great weapons into traditional stuff. But I know Bird, you had a pretty off-meta build the last time we fought in Warhammer 2. And the great weapon spam was not good versus your build. But I don't know if Dactor's going to take a same sort of build. So it depends. It is winnable. It's just your build is very unique. Warriors of Chaos is Razel's #1 faction. Oh, I thought it was Beastman. Spooky. Dactor isn't a wonderful Bretonia player, but it's a very playable matchup. Damn, just throwing it out there. I think I took 1 game off Raze in the matchup, and Dactor's much better than I am. Maybe. Maybe. All of my builds are off meta? True. But your build worked well into the Chaos matchup, because I brought, like, I don't remember exactly what was in it, but it was like Battle Pilgrims or something. Like, again, I'm not going to get it perfect, but it was like Battle Pilgrims or something, some peasants, a shit ton of the skirmish cav the Bretonia have, and then, like, Alberic, more archers, and, like, the thing was there was just no armor for me to armor pierce, so I was wasting a bunch of money paying for armor piercing I didn't get to use. And then you just, like, kited and shot me to death with Bretonia, which was pretty odd. So that build worked well. I think but I had a Frostworm versus you, because I kept trying to make that fucking thing work, and it kept pissing me off. So, I don't know, maybe I didn't have the best build, but I do remember you kited me out pretty good. Wait, that was Norska. Norska and Chaos are similar. I don't remember if you and I played Chaos. Yeah, I'm remembering now. That was Norska. I was disappointed because the Frostworm, like, I landed to cycle charge your peasants once to try and break them. Then the Frostworm got stuck in your peasants. Your peasants wouldn't route. It couldn't path out of them. Like, yes, it physically could. Like, if you go into a game right now versus AI and you put a Frostworm in peasants, of course it's going to walk out of there. But in a real game with a lot of real shit going on, the Frostworm got, like, staggered a couple times by getting shot, and then it had a hard time pathing, and then it got charged by some of his knights because it took too long to take off, and it, like, instantly died. So Bird and I were playing this game, and I lost to Frostworm in, like, the first minute, just because I tried to get a cheeky fight on some peasants. Yeah. Chaos can kind of go halberd spam here, and not much Brett can do. Yeah, you brought Horseburg, Norska, and Chaos are nothing alike. They're similar. I will roll my vote to your country. Yeah. Oh, Frostworms. Frostworms should never have been able to walk out of peasants. You're right, KV. You're right. What was I thinking? Horseburg. They should eat them. Yeah. Like, it wasn't that the peasants completely blocked it. They just slowed it enough, and then if anything ever hit it, it would do that, like, really long animation where it's like, I've been wounded, sir. Oh, how will I regain my composure? Okay, I think I'm ready to walk again. Walk. Oh! Nay, I've been damaged. Oh! I've been wounded. I can't go on. Alright, I think I'm ready to go now. Oh shit, there's questing knights here? It just fucking died. My typical build here is Damsel, Lewin, 2 Knights Errant, 2 Knights of the Realm, 2 Questing Knights, 4 Mounted Yeomen, Horse Archers, 5 Peasant Mobs, maybe some other stuff. I see. Back for a decider, jolly good. It's a good time to be alive. In case Grace gets here and I need to leave in a rush, I'm gonna go put pants on. And not like sweatpants. Like pants you can go places in. BRB. naked, don't look! I'm back. It was a diva worm, it was. Next matchup, Peasants versus Stonehorns. Advantage Peasants. Alright. Frosties are not too good. If I remember correctly, Dactyr would do just fine with Squire spam. Alrighty, let's cover Chaos. They look a little simpler to handle here. We have the Summoners of Rage, Dragon Ogre RR. Fucking Kolek Sun Eater, let's go, dude! Yes! Chaos is probably gonna lose, but fuck yeah, Kolek Sun Eater. My favorite lord. On the Chaos roster, not in the whole game. Oh yeah. I'm so happy. Anyway, we have a Chaos Sorcerer of Death with Spirit Leech, Chaos Marauders, Forsaken, Halberd spam from Chaos Warriors. We have some Chaos Warhounds of Poison, and 1 Chaos Chariot. The front line is 4 more Chaos Marauders. Why weren't you wearing pants? I was wearing sweatpants, but not pants. I wanted to see a Griffin, not disappointed. Yeah. On the other side, we've Mounted Yeoman Archers, the ROR version 2 for some poison, so 4 total Mounted Yeoman Archers. We have 1 Mounted Yeoman as well from Eldactea. 5 Peasant Mobs. We have 4 Foot Squires, 2 Royal Hippogriff Knights, and on the ground we have the Fey Enchantress and a Paladin. You don't like Razel's build? Dude, I don't think either build is optimized, but we're just here for it. We have motherfucking Kolek Sun Eater and some Royal Hippogriff Knights. No one knows what's going on anymore. Super excited. Let's go. Kolek. Hoo-ha-ha. I love Kolek. I love him. I acknowledge his weaknesses compared to like Sartorial or Archaon. Or Sigvald. Like, all of them have big benefits that Kolek just, like, doesn't. He's not a terrible lord. The thing about Kolek is he's not a terrible lord. There are just great lords on his roster. You know what I mean? Where, like, Archaon is an incredible duelist, and he's a caster, and he's tanky, but he is expensive. Sigvald is extremely tanky and a solid duelist, but he's cheap. And then Zarthoriel is a terrible combatant, but a terror-causing, unbreakable caster that has the lore of metal and some good winds of magic. And then Kolek is a great duelist, but he's expensive, but he's not a caster, and he's not that tanky. Like, he is kind of tanky in melee, but he's big, and he's susceptible to getting sniped. So, like, he's good, he's just not incredible, and they have 3 incredible options. But I do like Kolek. I just like the look of him. And I also, the thing I love about Kolek is Papa Palpatine got me onto Kolek. Watching Papa Palpatine play with Kolek, it was just perfect. Like, he played fine, but it was like, Flying Taco has a quote about bone giants. Everybody hates bone giants, but for me, they just hit. Papa Palpatine's the same with Kolek Sun Eater, where whenever his Kolek swings, it hits. It doesn't matter how low its melee stats are. It doesn't matter if it's been debuffed. It's hitting. It's always hitting, and it runs around the map, clubbing people. He gets like 4k value. It's fucking great. And I watched those on Turin stream before I ever started streaming, and ever since then I've just been like, I want that. I want to play that. Give me that. He's going to cause another flood with that Kolek pick. Oh yeah. Zypher, why do you still have a replay? They're skirmishing right now, so I'm catching up with chat. I'm watching. Kolek is greater than Scarbrand? Probably. As long as the Hippogriff stays out of the Halberds, they can kill everything else. Yes, Butcherbird hates this build. That's fair. I don't know which build he's talking about, but both. He's the Araness of the Warriors of Chaos roster. Not bad, just not comparable to the other options. True. I almost beat Ducky live on stream with Kolek once. About to be my best moment in Warhammer. Go Kolek. Low support at the first mass round will be over, I think. And the puppy was behind me, yeah. I thought her mom came home, maybe, with why she was walking back there, but okay. Alrighty. Halberds running up. The Summoners of Rage are actually close to catching the Mounted Yeoman. I thought that was a bigger deal, but then I realized it was Mounted Yeoman, and even if they got caught, who cares? Warhammer 2 is back, let's go. Hey, Niklaus, you are popping in for the semifinals, and the finals are right after this, but I might have to go. It depends on what happens when Grace gets home. So you might be coming at the end of the stream, I don't know. But it's been a 4-hour-long stream, so there's plenty of content for you to go back and watch. Anyway, Chaos Warhounds on the far side are routed off very expertly by the Royal Hippogriff Knights and the Mounted Yeoman. The Mounted Yeoman are actually going to take a charge from Razel onto the Chaos Monsters. I think that might be a bit of a mistake. He needs to pull them back, but there's a lot of micro going on. He's pulling back, but he's getting awful close to the white line, which, rules aside, like, let's pretend rules aren't a thing. I'll handle that. Don't you worry about it. But he is a low leadership faction in Bretonnia, and he's getting close to the white line. Chaos is maybe just going to smash into him and route him right off the map. All right, I'll watch for the rule stuff. You don't worry about that. Araness is kind of terrible, though. I like her versus Bretonnia, but that's about it. Dactor's weird and a bit extreme, but it's not necessarily objectively trash. Okay. You meant Razels. I see. Chaos is collapsing in. Chariots are going to catch some peasant mobs, route them. Kolek comes in, an immediate route from the peasants, and they don't have that far to go to the white line. I'm a little worried. Because this is a case where I would argue that maybe being this close to the white line benefits Chaos more than it does Bretonnia, so maybe they'll be fine. We'll see. It's not like Chaos is trying to flank, so they're not really denying a flank or anything. Kolek and his Dragon Ogres get dove on by the Royal Hippogriff Knights, but this is very bold. The Dragon Ogre Shagas will do great work against them, but we do get a Shield of Thorns, giving them 20% physical resist and more base weapon damage. But you can see the Mounted Yeoman in here trying to provide some chaff, and the Royal Hippogriff Knights are getting clubbed around by Kolek. Now, the Summoners of Rage are also taking damage in equal measure. They are not having a good time with this dive, but this is just Damage City. Everybody's taking a ton of damage, and Kolek is dishing it out. That's my boy out there. That's my son. He's got the ball. Give that man the ball. Put him on the varsity team. Go, Kolek. Go, you beautiful bastard. He's killing off the Royal Hippogriff Knights. He's doing great. My window's open. I realize my neighbors probably hate me right now, but oh well. Let's just hope that they're doing fine. Summoners of Rage did not enjoy that trade whatsoever, and they don't have healing like the Royal Hippogriff Knights can get from the Fey Enchantress, but trades are trades, and we take those all day. Razel is ahead on the balance of power, but just by a little bit. And as you can see what I was talking about, if any of the Bretonians route, they go straight off the map. The Bretonians kiting back to the white line is hurting them right now. Foot Squires are about to route on multiple fronts, and Kolek is going in deep on this Paladin. Oh, he misses. It's not Palpatine's Kolek. Palpatine's Kolek would have hit that. A Spirit Leech coming in on the Summoners of Rage of the Royal Hippogriff Knights take another charge and try to run away. There is some kiting tools left for Bretonnia trying to shoot in, but they really just don't have that much missile damage. They need to do their damage over time. And Kolek is still coming for this Paladin. He clubs him once in the face. Swing again, you beautiful bastard. Swing again. You don't miss. My boy don't miss. Ah, he missed a couple times. I think there were little pokes of damage, so I can't tell if he's just doing a splash attack or I don't know what. But anyway, Chaos is winning the frontline fight across the line. Looks like some Royal Hippogriff Knights are going to get a nasty rear charge in on some of these halberds, maybe routing them off, but if the halberds hold and turn around, they'll actually do a lot of damage to the Royal Hippogriff Knights, and there's even some halberds coming in from the back, so Dactor's going to have to be careful on that side. Meanwhile, more and more Bretonians rally. Sorry, route, not rally, the exact opposite. Route, and they're running straight towards the edge of the map. If this chariot can kind of hang a little bit to the right here, it could make sure those Foot Squires go off, but oh well, who sees. Never mind, Dactor's build sucks. I thought only one hippo. I see. Who's your favorite lord, then? My favorite lord is Queek, though he kind of sucks. Kolek's like Mike Allslut, old school wrecking ball. That is true. And Dactor will back out after giving everyone a show. All day long, he's been a true showman, so give it up. Give it up for the lad. Using the wheel, using the Royal Hippogriff Knights, using the Mounted Yeoman. I don't think that was a meme build, but he was definitely having some fun with it. Razel, Kolek did some work. Everything else just kind of started grinding, but Dactor did back out early-ish, so like we weren't going to see a ton of value, but it was pretty over. I agree with the point at which he quit. It's just you're not going to see a lot of great value. GG. GG to them. All right. I have to make a phone call. Hi. Hi, puppy. So finals for another time, we're going to go for it. That's what I'm calling right now. Okay. And I need to leave. did not answer her phone. Sleep time for you? Must be late. Okay, Alfredino is also agreeing that I might have real life shit to go do. Alfredino needs to go to bed. Sounds perfect to me. I will coordinate with you soon. Sleep well. All right. So over there I think Alfredino's French, and I think Razel is French too. I think it's midnight for both of them on a weeknight, and I also have to go. So I will talk to them. It's up to them entirely, but I'll talk to them about upping the finals from a best of 3 to a best of 5 or a best of 7, since it'll be a whole stream about this one best of series. But that will be the stream for today. We went for 4 hours. Way more people signed up for this tournament than I thought they would. And that is great. That is a problem we love having, but we had 28 people playing today. A ton of great players, a ton of great games, and we will have to do the finals shortly after this week, but not today, I'm afraid. And Miss Hazel Basil here has just been such a patient little puppy, and she deserves all the love in the world. So, Razel versus Alfredino, coming soon. Very sorry to leave you all on a cliffhanger like this, but there were so many fucking banger games today that I am sure you are not starved for adrenaline. Your adrenaline glands are probably empty, begging for a break anyway. I'm sure you're actually happy that we don't get the finals to this epic tournament today. I'm sure you all need a goddamn breather, and I am happy to give it to you. You know what? You've convinced me that we should take a break for today and come back later. So thank you for that to me. But as a reward for your wonderful patience, and you're all very, very great. Hazel, come here. Come here. Come here, little puppy. Come here. Oh, say goodbye to the stream. You say goodbye to the stream, little puppy. Yeah. Who's a good lady? Who's a good lady? You're a good lady. You get some Hazel Basil time. You get some Hazel Basil time. Little pup. Little pup. Giving me little kisses. Thank you for that. Thank you, little puppy. Where's your mom? Where's your mom? Where's she gone? She's abandoned us, little puppy. She's abandoned us. Little puppy. Oh no. Oh, you're caught in the wires. Okay, you're safe now. You're safe now, little pup. Oh, nibble nibs. Alright. Down you go. Down you go. I'll shut the stream down in a second. I'm just going to do one last check-in on chat. Alright. Chat, what do you need? Thanks for the stream. Thanks for stream fun tournament. You should start holding Warhammer 2 weekends? I probably could. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.